Hello, hello. Mhm. Hello, hello.
At the Lazy J RV Park in Nixon on January 18th, 2022. Raspberry had been shot in the head. After the child's alleged threat on that bus, he was taken to a child advocacy center to be interviewed. It was there that Gonzales County investigators say the boy shared information that was consistent with firsthand knowledge of the homicide of Brandon Raspberry. According to the sheriff's office, during that interview, the child said he was staying with his grandfather who lived in the same RV park. He got a 9mm gun out of his grandfather's truck, went to Raspberry's RV, saw him sleeping, and shot Brandon Raspberry in the head. Wow. He also said he fired a round into a couch in the RV and then put the gun back in his grandfather's glove box. The 10-year-old told investigators he did not know Raspberry and had no reason to be angry with him. He'd only seen him walking around the RV earlier that day. Raspberry moved into that RV park 4 days before he was killed.
Oh my God! The poor guy just moved there 4 days before he was murdered by a 10-year-old. Move it to a new place. All happy, you got a new place, new crib, new digs. You're settling in. And all of a sudden, a 7-year-old boy comes in and kills you. And your new home. That's just with a 9mm that he was able to open in his fucking grandfather's truck, not locked up.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us, boys and girls. I'm actually showing the Chad J. Bell trial. Day one. Run that shit.
The witness be handed State's Exhibit 6.
I'm mute myself when I'm eating.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 6?
Yes, I do.
What does it purport to be?
It's a photograph of Kylie Ryan.
Did you, as part of your search, did you look at Kylie Ryan's social media?
Yes, we did.
To your knowledge, was this image obtained from her social media?
It was taken from her Instagram account.
And so as part of your search, did you personally observe her Instagram account?
Yes, I did.
And did you personally observe this image on her Instagram?
Yes, I did.
Is this a true and accurate representation of what you observed on her Instagram?
Yes.
And also, as part of your investigation, did you see other pictures of Tylee Ryan?
Yes, I did.
And is this individual, is that true and accurate representation of Tylee Ryan?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move for State's Exhibit 6 to be entered into evidence.
No objection, Judge. Very well. Exhibit 6 has been offered and admitted without objection, so it's in the record and will be published if you wish, Mr. Ward.
Thank you. Detective, is this the exhibit we were just speaking of?
Yes, it is.
What was the username on the account that you found that picture in?
Tylee A. Ryan.
And this individual is the Tylee Ryan that you came to recognize through your search.
That's correct.
Detective, I want to ask you about the phrase proof of life. Are you familiar with that phrase?
Right.
As a detective, what does that mean to you?
Proof of life is any documentation, any video, photograph, anything that we can use to show the last time somebody was saw alive or seen alive.
Pursuant to your investigation, did you find a last known proof of life for Tylee Ryan?
Yes, I did.
How did you locate that?
That was taken from Lori Vallow's iCloud account.
And what, do you know which iCloud account it was taken from?
Lori for Style at iCloud.com.
And what was the form of that proof of life?
It was a photograph of Tylee taken at West Yellowstone.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the state or the witness behind State's Exhibit 29A, 29B, and 13. And I believe these come in by way of stipulation.
All right, I think it would defense me as well. Judge, that's correct, by way of stipulation. All right, I'll just review those briefly. Have a quick sidebar, Council.
Sure.
Time and date stamp with the photograph that's taken, so it's just data associated with the photograph.
And this photo was accompanied by metadata.
That's correct.
And what date was this photograph taken?
September 8th, 2019 at 2:49 PM.
And you testified earlier that this was in Yellowstone.
Yes,
How do you know that that's Yellowstone?
I've been there.
So you personally recognize that location?
Correct.
Detective, revisiting this idea of proof of life. Throughout your investigation, were you ever able to find photographs dated later than that of Tylee Ryan living?
No,
And can you describe just quickly where you found that photograph?
from the iCloud account associated with Bordeaux.
And I believe you already said it, but just for purposes of the record, what was the name of that iPod?
Lord for Style at iCloud.com.
And how do you know that that account was associated with Lord Ballard?
The information attached to it and also the photographs that were attached.
And when you say photographs, what type of photographs led you to believe that that was attached to Lori Vallow?
Family photographs, Lori Vallow's photographs with her in the photos.
Detective, pursuant to your investigation, are you aware of a last known proof of life for JJ Bell?
Yes, and
Your Honor, ask this, the witness behind states exhibit 14, which I believe also comes in by way of stipulation.
From our record, then, Mr. Wood, it's been stipulated to, and is there an objection to the 14 minute?
No, Judge, it was entered by stipulation of parties.
Or, 14 is admitted.
Detective, what is states exhibit 2?
that is a photograph of JJ sitting on a couch in what appears to be the front room of apartment 175.
And where did you locate this picture?
That was also on Lori for Style, iCloud.com.
And you mentioned you believe you recognize the location. I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Yes, it appears to be the front room sitting on a couch that was found in Lori Vallow's apartment 175.
And Did this picture have, well, may I publish it for the jury on, you know? Can you just describe to the jury what you observed in state's exhibit?
That's JJ Vallow sitting on the couch in red pajamas.
And did this picture, was this picture any by metadata?
It was,
Is this the metadata that accompanied that picture?
yes.
Can you, what was the date of that picture?
September 22nd, 2019,
Did you know what time of day it was taken?
11:46 a.m.
And just to clarify, what iCloud account was that picture taken from?
Also, Lori for style.
So detective, you testified earlier that, well, you testified earlier that an order was served on Lori Vallow to produce her children.
Correct.
And I believe you already testified that she did not produce her children.
Correct.
What was the next step in your investigation after that?
Our next step in that investigation was to reach out to anybody that would possibly know where JJ was.
Who would you reach out to?
We reached out to family, the FBI, other agencies, anybody that would take our calls, tips that were coming in.
Detective, while you were doing this investigation, were you aware of any investigation in Fremont County regarding Tammy Daybell?
Yes,
And what did you know? Were you a part of that investigation?
I was a part of it, but my focus was mainly JJ and Tyler.
And what was the investigation in Fremont County regarding?
A suspicious death involving the defendant Daybell's wife.
And as part of your investigation, did you know when she had died?
Yes,
When was that?
October 19th of 2019.
You testified that your primary focus was locating Tylee and JJ, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, we just have a very brief sidebar.
Yes.
to make every effort to be concluding trial each day at 3:30, including today. We are going to take our mid-afternoon break at this time. And just for your reference as well, in case I forget to mention, we'll be going through evidence and testimony again tomorrow, scheduled 8:30 to 3:30. And then with some scheduling issues, we are going to not be holding court on Friday. And so we'll be back on Monday. I just want to make you aware of that schedule as well. So we'll go until 3:30 today, but at this time, we will take our break. So if we can try to keep the break to 20 minutes, I appreciate it. With that, I'll apologize for the jury.
Public hearing is present to be accounted for.
Very well. Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record after our mid-afternoon break. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to continue the examination of the witness, and I'll remind the witness, of course, you're still under oath. Mr. Wood.
Thank you. And I need to just take up a couple of issues for clarification of the record. Detective, you spoke earlier about searching Lori Vallow's residence,
Correct.
and then, yeah, you stated the address. What city was that address located in?
Rexford.
And what state is Rexford in?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Detective, as part of your investigation, did you ever help execute a search warrant on Chad Daybell's residence?
I did. I executed a couple of warrants.
Okay. When was the first one?
January 3rd of 2020.
And Chad Daybell's residence, what county is that located?
Madison County.
What's his address?
202 North, 1900 East.
And is that, and what city is it listed as?
It's listed as Rexburg. It's actually in Fremont County, but it's listed there.
Okay, so just to be clear, did you just misspeak when you said it was in that city?
I'm going to say it right.
Okay, and it's what county?
Fremont County.
All right, thank you. And you testified that you did a search there on January 3rd.
Correct.
Was that search in aid of another investigative agency?
It was
Which agency was that?
Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
And do you recall what the purpose of that search was for?
I don't recall what the probable cause or the reason for the sheriff was at that time.
So you didn't write the affidavit.
So
Did you have any other occasion where you served a search warrant on Chad Daybell's residence?
yes, June 9th, 2020.
When you served that warrant on June 9th, 2020, what time did you arrive at Chad Daybell's residence?
Roughly about 7 in the morning.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 10A. Detective, are you familiar with State's Exhibit 10A?
Yes, I am.
What does it purport to be?
It's a aerial image taken from Google Earth of the defendant Daybell's property.
So, do you know who prepared that image?
I did.
Right. But you didn't take the picture
No.
because it's a satellite photo, correct?
Correct.
Have you been, I believe you testified you have been to Chad Daybell's residence.
Yes.
Have you walked around the grounds of Chad Daybell's residence?
Yes.
And have you been inside his home?
I have.
Are you familiar with the landmarks of that residence in the yard?
Yes, I am.
And are you familiar with the general layout of the yard and what's located in it?
That's correct.
And is this image an accurate representation of Chad Daybell's residence?
Yes.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes only, the state moves to admit exhibit 10A.
Any objection?
Objection, 1 year and 8 objection.
Right.
Now, sir, approximately how much property are we talking
I couldn't tell you the amount of property.
about? And the prosecuting attorney mentioned the yard. Now, I believe the yard usually means where there's grass. So you're familiar with what's on the grass, is that right?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, and I'll represent to you that there's about 4.5 acres out there. Does that sound close to you?
Okay.
Okay. And I'll represent to you that there's an area that's known as the yard, that's a lawn area, that you would mow with a lawnmower. Are you following me?
Yes,
All right,
sir.
this is testimony.
Yeah, Judge, says that he's familiar with the yard.
Well, I understand. I think we're going into cross-examination now, which will be permitted. The question is on an issue of foundation or other objection, whether or not the exhibit is admitted. So, Mr. Pryor, what would be the foundational objection?
He hasn't testified, Judge, that he's familiar with pasture, 3.5, 4 acres of property that go beyond the yard.
All right, response, Mr. Wood?
I think the question was adequate.
All right, based on foundation and with the testimony of the witness about his knowledge of this property, court will overrule the foundation objection, allow the exhibit 10A to be admitted, and you can delve into those issues by cross, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'll publish that shortly. Detective, so you testified that you executed a search warrant on June 9th, 2020.
Correct.
What time of the day did you arrive at checking those residents?
Roughly 7 in the morning.
And was it only the Rexburg police or were there other agencies involved?
At that time, there was Fremont County and Rexburg City Police that went to his house at 7.
And did any other agencies help you that day on that search?
They did.
Who were they?
The FBI ERT team, which is the evidence recovery team, the Attorney General's office, Fremont County. I believe that's it.
Okay. And you testified you got there about 7 o'clock.
Yes.
When you first arrived, who was with
Mr.
you?
Wood, I do apologize. Could I have a quick sidebar with counsel? I'd like to discuss this exhibit briefly. All right, Mr. Wood, apologies for the court's interruption, discussing that last exhibit. You can continue with your direct examination of the witness.
Your Honor, could I have the court reporter read back the last question I asked?
It's kind of a half question. When you first arrived, who was, the question before that was, and you testified you got there about 7 o'clock, answer yes.
That's right, thank you. May I proceed?
Yes.
Detective, when you arrived around 7 o'clock, who was with you at that time?
There was myself, Lieutenant Ron Ball at the time, Detective Kai Kamani, and Detective Bruce Madigan, and also Detective Dave Stubbs.
All right, so can you go back to those individuals and say where they, who they were employed by real quick?
Lieutenant Ron Ball with Rexburg Police, Detective Stubbs is also with Rexburg Police. Detective Kai Kamani and Madigan are both Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
And just for clarity of the record, is Detective Ball still with the Rexburg Police?
No.
Okay, and what organization is he with now?
Madison County Sheriff's Office.
And Detective Kai Kamani, is he still with Fremont County?
No, he's also with Madison County Sheriff's Office.
All right, that's just clarity, thank you. So when you got there, what did you do?
Initially, we knocked on the front door. We made contact with Mark Daybell, who's the defendant Daybell's son. He answered the door. He was eating a bowl of cereal. It was early in the morning. We informed Mark of why we were there and that we needed to speak with his dad. He stated his dad was still asleep, and we showed him a copy of the warrant, and he proceeded to let us in and show us where his father was.
And did you make contact with Mr. David that morning?
We did. He showed us that he was sleeping in bedroom above a loft, above the garage. So we walked up the stairs, just a few of us. Detective Kai Kamani and Madigan, we stayed back. We informed Chad that we were there and needed to speak with him. He was still asleep. He asked if we could get some clothes on. We allowed him to do that and he came downstairs with us.
And did you provide a copy of the warrant to Mr. Daybell?
We did.
And what happened next?
Mr. Daybell asked to speak with his attorney. We were standing in the kitchen area. He had a seat in the kitchen. And his attorney at the time was Mark Means. So we allowed him to speak with his attorney. At that time, Mr. Means wanted to speak with one of these investigators.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point.
That's fine, Your Honor, we'll stop that. After Mr. Daybell spoke with his attorney, what was the next step in your portion of the investigation?
I allowed Mr. Daybell to sit in the front room. He sat on his recliner closest to the door. His children sat on the couch in the same room. I gave Mr. Daybell a copy of the warrant, and he read through the search warrant while sitting in his recliner. He asked if he needed to leave the residence while we conducted business. We informed Mr. Daybell he didn't need to leave the residence, but if he chose to stay, he would be accompanied by an officer just for safety purposes.
After you had that conversation, what did you do?
Mr. Daybell asked if he could make a phone call. And at that point, he was allowed to go outside and make a phone call.
And where did you go?
I went outside with him.
And what did you do after that?
Mr. Daybell wanted to sit in the vehicle that was parked backed in on the west side of the house. There's a west driveway. So I allowed him to sit inside the vehicle, windows rolled up, and make a phone call. I stood in the grass area close to the vehicle.
At this time, Your Honor, I'm going to ask to publish State's Exhibit 10A.
You may.
Detective, do you have that pointer?
Yes, I do.
Can you point out the, where the front door of Mr. Daybell's residence is? In that image, or where it would locate?
There's two doors. I don't know which one Mr. Daybell used as a front door. I can tell you there's a door right here and a door on the back side. So Mr. Daybell was roughly, that's not the vehicle he was in, but it's roughly parked in the same area. And I was standing here in the grassy area.
Earlier, there was some talk about the yard or the grassy area. Can you just outline for the jury where, I'm gonna call it the grass area of the yard is located on that image?
The grass area is right through here.
And is that a driveway, behind the house as well?
Yes, there's a driveway here.
And to the, just east of that, what is that? Is that grass as well?
There was grass here. There's like a little shop area. There's a shed here. And then this is, I guess you would call pasture area,
Did you observe any livestock there?
you know.
Detective, you testified, if you can show again where Mr. Daybell was and where you were in relation to him when he went outside to make a phone call.
So Mr. Daybell was sitting in a vehicle fairly close to this location. He was sitting in the driver's seat, he was back in. I was standing here just observing Mr. Daybell make a phone call.
And did you observe his behavior while he was making that phone call?
I did.
What was the nature of the behavior? What was he doing?
Initially, he was just on the phone, and I was watching him. But as the call progressed, he had the phone in his right hand and was intently looking over his right shoulder. And so I found it odd. I wanted to see what he was looking at. So I maneuvered myself to see what he was so intently looking at.
And when you did that, did you attempt to orient yourself so that you would be looking in the same direction you perceived him looking at?
That's correct.
What did you see when you did that?
So with the vehicle backed up here, he was looking over his right shoulder in this direction. I stood over here, kind of in front towards the roadway to see exactly what he was looking at. And when I looked that way, I saw this area, this pond area.
Now, let's look at that pond real quick. If you can just kind of run the pointer around it so the jury's sure where it is.
Right here.
And
There's a tree right here
thank you.
and then a pond.
And when, at the time, you noticed Mr. Daybell looking over there, was there any activity going on over there?
There was, so like I testified, we got there about 7 o'clock. When we made contact with Mr. Daybell and the scene was secure, we radioed for the other units that were staged about a mile and a half down the road, that they can come start marking things off the search warrant. So as time passed, Mr. Daybell was reading the warrant on his recliner. While he was doing that, there were ERT members and other officers that started marking off different sections in the backyard that we wanted to search.
Now, Detective, just for clarity of the record and for the jury, I believe you defined ERT earlier, but can you tell the jury again what ERT is?
Evidence recovery team
And who are they associated with?
with the FBI.
Now, Detective, were you the lead of executing the search warrant that day?
I wasn't in charge of the search warrant.
So, and it just for clarity again, what did you see when you looked in the direction you thought Mr. Daigle was looking at? Or I guess, what activity did you see?
There were some ERT members marking off a section under this tree, right next to on the east side of the pond area, so right in this general location.
What did you do next? In your part of the search that day?
I was tasked with going into the backyard and sifting through what we determined was a fire pit.
Can you show the jury on that map or on that picture where the fire pit is located? And you said,
I apologize, but for the record, would you have the witness please reference where that pointer just went somehow, so there's an oral representation?
yes, detective, if you can point there again and describe what it is you're pointing at, where it is you're pointing.
The fire pit area, which there's like a little tree here, it's just to the north of the tree.
Yes,
Is that adequate, Your Honor?
it is.
So you said you went north of the fire pit. Exactly what did you do?
So a few of us were tasked with getting dirt and anything that was in the fire pit and putting it through a sifter. So that's originally what I was tasked to do by the team leader of the ERTD.
About approximately what time when you do that?
I'd say roughly probably 9 that one.
Who was the team leader of the ERT team?
His name is Steve Daniels.
And how long did you sit in the fire pit?
I would say probably 35, 45 minutes.
And so when you sifted, what kind of tool did you use to do that?
It was a wooden sifter. We would scoop shovels full and put it in the sifter. It had wooden handles. You would just shake back and forth. And any larger debris would stay on the top of the wire screen.
And did you find anything of interest while you were sifting through the fire pit area?
Not at that time.
Did you move to another area of the search?
I did.
When approximately did you do that?
You asked for a time,
Approximately, yes.
probably 10-ish maybe.
And why did you?
There were ERT members and some other members of law enforcement that had marked off a place under this tree next to the pond. They had called and wanted some other people over there to help with that area, so I left the fire pit area and responded to this section right here next to the tree in Concord.
And what did you observe when you got over there?
I observed ERT marking off, they had already marked off probably a 6x6 section. The best way I can describe it is there was taller shrubs. In the middle of the 6x6 section, it looked like there was just a little bit of grass, probably the length of sod, and some dirt protruding through the grass, but there were no taller shrubs like on the outside of the section.
What happened next?
the ERT team began excavating that site. They removed a top layer of soil, took off the shrub and the top level of dirt.
And what did you see under that?
At that point, you could see what appeared to be 3 large white rocks. And as soon as they did that, we could start to smell the odor that, through my training experience as a decomposing body.
Let's talk about that. Have you, on other occasions through your work, smelled the decomposing body?
Unfortunately, yes, I have.
And is there a distinctive smell to you that you associate with that?
There is.
And it's your testimony that as that first layer of ground was lifted off, you began to smell that.
That's correct.
What did you observe next?
After they slowly and methodically dug around the white rocks, they were removed. ERT took pictures and measurements. They continued to dig down. Right below the layer of rocks were 2 pieces of thin wood paneling. Just right below the rocks.
Were you still able to smell that smell you had described?
Yes, as they dug down, it got stronger.
Were those boards removed?
They were.
What did you observe after that?
So after the boards were removed, you could see the discoloration of dirt. So you had dry dirt, and then underneath the boards was like a wet, moist type dirt. So it was pretty obvious there, the distinction between the soil.
Then what happened?
They continued to brush away the wet soil. And at that point, you could start to see a black round object start to protrude through the dirt.
And describe that object as about what size was it?
Initially, it just looked like a littler black round object. They dug down further carefully and it appeared to take shape of the crown of a human head.
What did you do after that, or what did you observe once that was uncovered?
So once the black round object was uncovered, at that point, the ERT team leader, Steve Daniels, got a small, sharp instrument and made a slit in the black plastic. He kind of opened that up just a little bit, not to damage or manipulate any of the evidence. But underneath the black plastic was another white layer of plastic. So he used that same instrument and got a slit down the white plastic and kind of opened it up. And at that point, it looked to be brown human hair.
After that was discovered, what happened next?
As soon as that was discovered, we received information on the radio that the defendant, Daybell, was leaving his daughter's residence, which was catty corner to his residence, at a high rate of speed. And at that point, Mr. Daybell was pulled over and subsequently placed in custody.
Did you go back to the site where what appeared to be a human head was located?
I did. When I got back to what we ended up calling burial site, they continued to excavate around that black plastic. And after they excavated and took the dirt off the plastic, it revealed, what appeared to be a small body wrapped in black plastic with duct tape around it.
Thank you. Your Honor, I know time.
Yes.
It's a good place to stop for the day.
All right, we are going to try to adhere to this court schedule, so it is 3:30. This time then, I am going to conclude trial for the day. I've got one additional issue I'll take up outside the presence of the jurors. However, the jurors will be excused here momentarily. As you're leaving for the evening, then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as I will try to remember to tell you each and every day, or when we leave breaks, longer breaks, please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please don't do anything to investigate this case. If you see any media coverage of the case, please try to avoid that so you can remain impartial. And with that in mind, that will conclude our first day of evidence. So we'll allow the jurors to please speak at this time.
All rise, please.
Daybell trial. There's an easy link to find for the court's official live stream, and that's the most direct signal. So for those that are observing the trial online, if you're having any issues with audio or quality of the signal, perhaps you could go to that direct signal, which is the best source of the live stream proceeding. So with that, then we had Detective Hermosillo was on the stand yesterday, and I believe you're continuing direct examination. Is that correct, Mr. Wood?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll have the witness recalled then if you're ready to proceed with additional testimony.
Thank you.
All right, Detective Hermosillo was sworn in yesterday. I'll remind you, you are still under oath for your testimony today. And to confirm, not being the state's case agent, I just want to confirm that you didn't review any, well, you're the first witness, so we don't need to do that on this particular witness. So, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to just inquire on further direct, you can do that at this time.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Detective. Detective, when we finished off yesterday, we were discussing what you had found or what you had observed at a burial site, and just for purposes of the jury, what site were you at when you found the body you were speaking of yesterday?
We were at, the site that we deemed JJ's burial site.
And where, Your Honor, if I could be given State's Exhibit 10A. And if I may publish that?
Yes, it's admitted, correct?
Yes.
So,
Detective, if you could, just for purposes of clarification, with a pointer, point out the location you were speaking of.
It's the burial site on the other side of this pond, just underneath this tree.
Okay. Now, you call it a pond, when you were out there on June 9th, was there water in it?
No, there wasn't.
And again, just to clarify, when we had left off your testimony yesterday, is it correct that you had, what you observed was what appeared to be a small body wrapped up in a black plastic bag?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibits 10B through 10M. Detective, can you review those exhibits and let me know when you got a chance to? Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibits 10B through 10M?
Yes.
What do they purport to be?
Photographs, there's a photograph of the west side of the defendant Daybell's residence. And photographs of the backyard.
And do you know when these photographs were taken?
On June 9th, 2020.
Were you the photographer?
No,
But you were on the property that day.
that's correct.
And were you able to observe each of the areas that are photographed in these exhibits?
Yes,
You saw them with your own eyes.
yes,
And are these true and accurate representations of what you observed on June 9th, 2020?
yes.
Your Honor, I move for admission of State's Exhibits 10B through 10M.
Any objection?
Judge, just to,
Into the microphone, please, Mr. Pryor.
I'm sorry, Judge. Judge, just one here on 10B if I could. Otherwise, I'm fine with the rest of the exhibits.
Okay, so let's do that then. So 10C through 10M have been offered or admitted, and Mr. Pryor, you can board there on 10B.
And officer, you're looking at 10B, is that right?
Yes,
For
sir.
now.
Yes,
And the vehicle that's parked in 10B, is that the vehicle that was, the position of the vehicle at the time that you testified about Mr. Daybell?
that's not the vehicle that Mr. Daybell was in. That one.
Do you know what vehicle that is?
The driveway looks like a Subaru.
Okay, is that the driveway that you're making reference to?
That's correct.
So in other words, somebody else's vehicle is there, we don't know whose vehicle that is,
It's not the one that Mr. Daybell was in. No.
but you don't know whose vehicle that is.
I don't know whose vehicle that is.
You don't know when the vehicle was put there.
No, sir.
You don't know who the owner of the vehicle is.
That's correct.
I would object, Judge, on foundation.
All right, Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective. So you don't know whose vehicle that is, correct?
Correct.
You were still there that day. Okay, do you recognize this as Mr. Daybell's residence?
Yes, I do.
And this is a true and accurate representation of Mr. Daybell's residence.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I think significant or sufficient foundation has been laid.
All right, Judge, I just make a record that I'm objecting also on the basis of relevance. It looks like it's a picture of a vehicle in the driveway.
Okay, well, the picture shows many things, including a vehicle. I'll allow the state to have this submitted and sufficient foundation's been established, so 10B is admitted as well as the others.
Detective, if you will, or Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 10B?
That is the west side of the Daybell residence. When I testified earlier to coming out and standing in the lawn area, that's not the vehicle that Mr. Daybell was in, but it was similarly parked that way back in. And that's the driveway he was sitting in when I was observing him look over his right shoulder toward the pond area.
Detective, do you have the pointer with you? Can you point to where you were standing when you initially observed Mr. Daybell's behavior?
I was standing here in this area.
And then you said that you positioned yourself so that you could see what you thought he was looking at.
That's correct.
Where did you go then?
I stood more towards the driveway area. The vehicle that Mr. Daybell was in was up further this way. It wasn't backed in as far as this vehicle in the photograph.
And just to clarify, is that when you looked back and saw the activity under what became the first burial site?
Well, I was looking forward at that time. I was facing this direction. And I aligned myself with Mr. Daybell, who was up here more, and he was looking towards this area here.
Now, can you see the first burial site from where you're from that location?
Yes, it's the tree I spoke about earlier. This is the tree where JJ was buried underneath. This right here is the pond. You can see just a little bit more taller shrubs around the top of the pond area. But this is the tree that JJ was buried underneath.
So is it fair to say that even from the front or the middle of Mr. Daybell's front yard, you can see that location easily?
That's correct.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 10C?
When I testified, I was tasked with sifting through the fire pit. This is what we deemed the fire pit. It had burnt tree limbs. There was various little pieces of trash. It was in the middle of round cinder blocks. So that's what we deemed the fire pit as.
And the way it appears in that image, that's the way you found it that day?
Correct. It was that morning, yes.
And what do you observe in State's Exhibit 10D?
This is just north of the driveway that Mr. David was sitting in, looking in the same direction. So we're standing on the west side looking east. And that is the tree. And then here's the pond area right here.
Point to the approximate location of where this picture was taken from.
So that last photograph was taken from this area right here.
And so it's fair to say from that location, you can easily see aerial site number one.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. There's been some leading questions. Continues.
I'll sustain that last question, Steve.
From that perspective, what were you able to observe?
Burial site number one, JJ's burial site.
Was it difficult for you to observe it from that location?
The actual grave site on the ground, yes, from that location, but where the tree and the pond are, no, it wasn't difficult.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 10E?
So I testified earlier about the difference in length of grass and shrubs in that 6x6 section that was marked off next to the pond. This is what I'm referring to. If you look close, you can see there's smaller grass and dirt protruding right here. This is probably a little bit difficult to see. There's probably a better photograph, but this is longer shrubs through here, and then in here was like the length of sod and some dirt where there was nothing growing.
And when yesterday you testified being called over to burial site 1, is that what it looked like when you got over there?
That's correct.
Detective, can you describe to the jury what you saw in State's Exhibit 10F?
So when I spoke about ERT removing the topsoil and the top level of shrubs, this is what I was speaking about. And you can start to see the three large white rocks I was talking about earlier starting to come through the dirt.
You testified yesterday about a smell. Was this the same time that you began to smell what you described yesterday?
Yes, as soon as they remove this and the topsoil, that's when I instantly can smell the smell of a decomposing body.
Detective, can you tell the jury what you saw in State's Exhibit 10? Or I'm sorry, 10G.
So as the ERT team methodically removed the soil around the white rocks and dug down just a little bit deeper, this is what we saw. You can start to see there was a smaller rock, but the three large white rocks started to show through clearly. When I testified that there was thin wood paneling underneath the white rocks, you can start to see the edge of that piece of wood paneling underneath the rocks. We also noticed that there were roots cut that the ERT team didn't cut. They were already pre-cut. Some of the roots are fairly thick, so that was something we observed as well in that burial site.
Detective, can you describe to the jury what you saw in State's Exhibit 10H?
After the ERT team removed the white rocks, this is the two pieces of wood paneling that were underneath.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 10I?
I spoke earlier about the distinction in soil. Some of the soil looked wet or moist, some of it looked dry. Excuse me. What you're looking at here is, once we remove the wood paneling, this is what was underneath, and you can start to see the distinction through here of the wet soil. And up here is just the dry soil. So the rocks and the paneling were all through here. So that was the other thing that we observed. And as we took the paneling off, the odor began to become a lot stronger. So we knew we were at the right spot.
Your Honor, I apologize for any delay. I wonder if we just have a very brief sidebar regarding the removal. All right.
Stuart, you can continue.
Thank you. Detective, can you explain to the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 10J?
So once we started removing the wet soil, and I testified earlier to a black round object protruding through the dirt, this is what we started to see. It appeared to be like tight wrapped black plastic. It wasn't very too far underneath. It's fairly shallow, but that's what we started to see. And I talked about what appeared to be the crown of the human head.
Can you describe what you saw in State's Exhibit 10K?
So once that appeared, ERT team leader Steve Daniels used a small, sharp instrument. And I testified that he made a slit through the black plastic. And you can see the black plastic kind of peeled away on the top of the head. And then I testified there was a white piece of plastic underneath. And this is the white piece of plastic here. He made a slit in the white plastic. And when he did that, you can see what appeared to be brown human hair. Some of the hair kind of came out with the sharp instrument. And that's the hair you can see on top of the white plastic. But that's what you're looking at there.
Can you tell the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 10L?
Once the ERT team continued excavating, they removed all the soil on top of this small body that was wrapped in completely black plastic. I testified that it appeared to take the shape of a small body in black plastic. And this is what we saw here. It's probably a 4x2 grave, and I'm guessing at those measurements. But it started to take the shape of a small body, and then it had different pieces of duct tape throughout the black plastic on top.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 10M?
Once we lifted JJ out of the ground, there was still wet soil underneath where he was laying. And that's body decomposition. The body had begun to break down. So that's what the wet soil is through here. Again, you can see the roots that were cut to be able to put him in this location.
Detective, once that body was recovered, what did you do? And to clarify that question, once that body was taken out of the ground, what did you do?
I assisted the coroner and a few other officers in placing JJ in the body bag, black body bag. Coroner locked the body back for evidence. We then put it in the back of the coroner's vehicle. The coroner and a Fremont County deputy drove the vehicle up to the morgue, and myself and Lieutenant Rockwell followed behind that vehicle. Once we were at the morgue, JJ was placed in the morgue, and then we returned back to the Daybell residence.
Do you recall who the Fremont County coroner was?
Brenda Dye.
And do you recall what other officers traveled with you to the hospital?
In my vehicle was just Lieutenant Ron Ball. With the coroner, Brenda Dye, I believe it was Detective Kaiserman.
And just for clarification, you had said this already, I apologize, but what hospital did you take them to?
Madison Memorial Hospital
And where is that located?
in the city of Rexburg.
Once you finished that task, what was the next step for your investigation?
We returned back to the Daybell residence. As we got there, we were told that they had possibly,
Judge, I'm gonna object at this point. There's some hearsay.
I'll ask another question. Without telling the jury what anyone told you, what did you do when you got back to the residence?
we assisted in a second burial site.
And when you got back to the residence, did you observe another burial site being looked at?
I did.
Where was that located?
So through the course of our investigation, we learned that the Daybell family had deemed a section of the backyard as what they referred to as a pet cemetery. And we knew through talking to family members that the pet cemetery had a little black dog statue next to a post that kind of signified where the pet cemetery was. And so when I returned back from dropping JJ off at the morgue, I observed ERT digging in the pet cemetery area.
And did you aid in that excavation?
I did.
What did you personally do?
ERT began taking off top layers of soil in this specific area in the pet cemetery. Once they began to again see wet soil start to protrude through the dry soil, they slowed down and we got on our hands and knees and began excavating that by hand.
And by hand, did you use tools to do that?
We did. They had small tools that we could use, trowels, like paintbrushes, things of that nature.
Approximately what time of day was this?
Say it was afternoon.
And approximately how many people were there with you using hand tools?
There was only a few of us at a time that could work because of the area, but also because of the smell. We had to take turns digging because we were on our hands and knees and the smell was so bad that we could only work for a few minutes before somebody else had to take turns, get on their hands and knees and start digging by hand.
And you said the smell, what did it smell like?
Decomposing body.
How long did you aid in that excavation using the hand tools?
Hours, probably.
And did you find any?
We did. We ended up digging down and started to uncover burnt pieces of flesh, charred bone, fatty tissue. Just, and I apologize for the lack of better words, but globs of burnt flesh starting to protrude through the dirt.
And once you found that, how long did you keep working that site that day?
We worked probably until probably 4-ish in the afternoon.
And you mentioned ERT, were they working there alongside you?
There was also other areas being excavated as well, the fire pit still. So everybody was kind of tasked with something different at that point. And once we started getting down a little bit more in Tylee's burial site, we assumed it was Tylee, we could start to see the top of what appeared to be something plastic and green. And at that point, the ERT team leader, Steve Daniels, decided we were done for the evening.
When you were done for the evening, what happened?
We had Fremont County Sheriff's Office, the Madison County Fire Department, bring in 2 large light trucks to illuminate the crime scene. The crime scene was taped off. We had officers from Rexburg City Police, deputies from Fremont County Sheriff's Office that remained on scene all night long, walking the perimeter to make sure that the scene wasn't compromised. And it was well illuminated.
And did you return the next day?
Yes, we did.
And when you returned the next day, who else returned?
Everybody that was there the previous day.
So ERT came back
That's correct, yes.
and other members of the FBI,
Yes,
Fremont County officers,
yes.
Rexburg police officers.
Correct.
And I believe you testified earlier that there were some attorney general investigators there as well.
Yes,
And they were all there that second day.
that's correct.
Approximately what time did you arrive that second day?
We started fairly early. It was approximately 7 in the morning.
And what did you start doing when you got there on the second day?
I went back to Tylee's burial site. We had put up canopies to keep sunlight and wind. There was media, helicopters flying overhead, so we wanted to keep the scene from being compromised as much as we possibly could. And at that point, we got back down on our hands and knees and began digging again with those same little tools to get down to see what exactly we were going to take out of the ground at that point.
And so and then what happened next? Did you continue to do that work?
Like I said, we would take turns digging because the smell was so bad. And we would just keep excavating slowly around this green object that started to come through the dirt the first day. So it started to take a shape, a roundish shape, when we began digging down and methodically removing dirt. And at that point, we could start to see what appeared to be the shape of a green melted bucket that appeared to have the remains of, we assume, were Tylee that were charred and burned inside it.
And were you there for the excavation of that bucket?
Yes,
How did that happen?
Once we got down to what we thought was the bottom of the disformed bucket, we observed part of a human skull underneath the bucket. There was some teeth that we ended up excavating from underneath. At that point, the goal was to lift that out of the ground. And so there was we made kind of a little hole around it to try to get underneath. So we put tarps out. Like I said, the goal was to try to lift it completely out without manipulating it in any way. But when we tried to do that, when we lifted it, it all broke apart because there was nothing holding it together. So at that point, we had to go back in and remove all the pieces of the charred flesh and burnt bone and organs and pieces of tiley that put onto the tarp.
And while you were doing that, you talked about the smell. Is that still present?
Yes, very much so. Strong odor, yes.
Were you able to observe the lack of a better word, total removal of that green bucket and its contents from that excavation site?
We were able to lift everything out at that point. We put it on the blue tarp. There were photographs taken, measurements taken by ERT. Once that was completed, we dug down even further to make sure we didn't miss anything. Once we figured out everything was out of the ground, that tarp and those and Tylee's remains were then put into a body bag. In the corner again, lock the body bag for evidence purposes. And Tylee was also transported to the morgue.
And did you follow along when Tyler was transferred to the morgue like you did with JJ?
We did. We followed in the same manner. Myself and Lieutenant Wall. Once Tyler was placed in the morgue, we returned back to the Daybell residence.
Your Honor, I'm going to be asked that the witness be handed states exhibits 11A through 11G.
And Judge, for the record, I've previously reviewed these and I would object to admission of these as exhibits.
All right, exhibits 11A through 11G are admitted without objection. This time, as we get into this evidence, I'm gonna announce that because of the graphic nature of some of this evidence, I'm not going to be showing this on the court's live stream, nor to the general public in the courtroom. The jurors will be viewing the evidence as well as the parties are permitted to see that. In addition, the court will provide an opportunity for any victims that wish to see the evidence in a private setting to view it as it's now been admitted into the record. But we made arrangements to not display this to the general public. And so, Mr. Wood, with these exhibits, that's how we'll proceed. And we will not include that on the live stream, but you can discuss it on the record in open public with witness.
Can you review that exhibit, those exhibits? And Your Honor, I understand these are already admitted items, still ask a few foundational questions just to establish knowledge.
Very well.
For the record. Detective, what does states Exhibit 11 report to be? And its subparts?
Photograph of pet cemetery and photographs of Kylie as we took her out of the ground in her burial site.
And were these photographs taken on June 9 and 10?
That's correct, yes.
And were you on the scene that day when those photographs were taken?
Yes,
Are they true and accurate representations of what you saw?
yes,
Your Honor, those exhibits having been admitted, I'd ask to publish. Detective, before I publish that, I'm going to place State's Exhibit 10A up again. And can you point to the general location of what you've described as the pet cemetery?
right here.
So can you have on the record and explain where it's pointing?
Yes, yeah, Detective, will you explain where you're pointing?
It's just east of this shop area and just north of the fire pit. So it's right through here.
And Your Honor, I do think that the state's first picture under State's Exhibit 11 is okay for public consumption.
It is. I just wanted to make sure our system was working as well, but Exhibit 11A is fine.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 11A?
This is where we began excavating briefly. As you can see in this photograph, there's a small black dog statue next to the post. So that's where we had learned this was the pet cemetery area through talking to family members. And then there's just some tarps laid out for some of the soil. You can see in the back the markers that had been distinguished and laid out by ERT for the fire pit area that I had talked about earlier.
And Your Honor, I think at this point it's appropriate to turn to public access.
I agree.
Detective, Your Honor, I'm at a bit of a, I have no idea if this is, I can't see if this. Well, I'll ask, Detective, can you see that image in your monitor?
Yes,
Can you see most of it?
yes.
Can you describe for the jury what's been marked as State's Exhibit 11B? What did you observe there?
Can I see? Is there a way I can use the pointer?
I have a suggestion also, Mr. Wood, just because I understand what you're doing to try to line that up since you can't see the monitor. You want to set a notepad or something on there and get it oriented, and you could set on top of that just so that it's lined up.
And if I could have the screen for 1 moment, thank you, Your Honor, for that suggestion. Okay. Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 11B?
It's hard to describe that, but I'll do my best. In the middle of that photograph, you can start to see the different color and changes in the soil from dry to a wet, moist dirt. You start to see to the left just a little bit of that area. You can see the white piece sticking out and it's burnt on top, and that's charred bone that's starting to stick out, and all the little pieces next to it are pieces of burnt flesh, tissue. Where we later determined were organs that were all kind of, that's the top of what was inside the bucket. So that's what we first started to see when we started to excavate.
And at this point, were you still using the hand tools?
Yes.
You explained for the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 11C.
So as we started to excavate down further, some of the top of the mass of burnt flesh wasn't really attached to anything. And so when we would start to dig away towards the sides, it would kind of come apart. It wasn't part of that original mass. And so what you're looking at on this blue tarp is burnt flesh still attached to some bone. The upper left part of that section that you're looking at is part of the hip bone, but it still has burnt flesh attached to it, and then dirt and just fatty burnt tissue.
You described for the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 11D.
So when I talked about it started to take a roundish shape, this is what I'm referring to. And we dug around the sides of it, trying to get to the bottom, because like I said, the goal was to get underneath, have 3 or 4 guys in there and just lift it onto the tarp. So that's what you're looking at in this photograph, is just the burnt flesh. It's still just kind of inside that.
And Judge, could we approach for a sidebar, please?
Yes.
At that point, Dr. Warren and his team performed the autopsy.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be shown on state's exhibits 12A through 12B.
A through B.
E.
B, thank you.
Detective, can you review those exhibits when you've had a chance to?
Good.
Do you recognize state's exhibits 12A through E?
Yes,
What do they purport to be?
JJ Bell laying on the table after they opened the Black Classic.
And were you present when those pictures were taken?
Yes,
You were in the same room, correct? Are those true and accurate representations of what you observed that day?
yes,
Your Honor, I'd ask that state's exhibits 12A through E entered into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Very well. 12A through E are admitted. All of these are graphic in nature, will not be published or shown on the court's live feed or public in the courtroom. They'll be published to the jurors, however you wish to split.
Thank you. Detective, can you describe to the jury what you observed in state's exhibit 12A?
once they removed the black plastic that JJ Vallow was in, this is the first thing we saw. You can see on the white plastic on top of his head, that's the slit that was made when his head was sticking out of the ground. You can see the duct tape I testified to wrapped around his entire face. His red pajamas are still soaked with body decomposition. The level of duct tape on his arms is what really caught my attention. And he still has a white and blue child blanket wrapped around him.
Can you describe to the jury what you observed in state's exhibit 12B?
This is the JJ's legs, his bottom half, he has his red pajama pants on still. His ankles, like I testified, are wrapped with duct tape. Those are his black Skechers socks that he had on. It's hard to see there too, but his legs and body are also soaked with decomposition as well.
Can you describe to the jury what you saw in state's exhibit 12C?
When I spoke earlier that Dr. Warren cut down the white plastic and the duct tape that was covering his head, this is what we saw. You can see the other layer of duct tape around his mouth that went from jawline to jawline. You can see his hair, brown hair still was matted down to his head. Wet, soaked with body decomposition. But at that point, I was able to still recognize him as J.J. Vallow.
You observed in 12D.
That's the white bag that was covering his head. It looks like blood in the bag. It's actually body decomposition, just breaking down. It appeared to be a normal trash bag. It had a red drawstring. And you can see, if you look close at the waffle style pattern, the expandable type trash bag. There's still pieces of duct tape that are attached. That's what that photograph depicts.
Describe the pictures on 12B.
That's just another photo of JJ. The tape is starting to lose its stickiness because of the way the body is. It's just a different photo or a different angle of JJ's face.
Hey,
Could I have a recite bar, council? Bit earlier than normal, but we are going to take a mid-morning recess at this time. We'll reconvene here in about I want to have the court reporter, if we could, read back Mr. Wood's previous question before the sidebar, and then I'll see if there's an objection held by defense.
Question, how did you become aware of that event?
Is there an objection to that, Mr. Pryor?
No, not to that question.
Okay, then Mr. Wood, just proceed with another question.
I don't think there's no objection to the question. I don't think it's been answered yet.
Okay. You can answer.
We were advised through the course of our investigation that
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. The question is whether he was advised, not what he was advised of, but whether he was advised.
Our response, Mr. Wood?
Not quite sure I understand the objection, Your Honor.
I don't as well, so you can continue with your response.
Can you repeat the question, please?
How did you become aware of the events of October 9th, 2019?
Through the course of our investigation, we were aware of those events through speaking with Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
Why was it important to you in investigating your case to share information and receive information from Fremont County?
It was important because the suspects in that case were the exact same suspects in our case. And so we wanted to make sure that we shared information so nothing was missed. At that point, we were still looking for 2 small children. And so it was imperative to us that we shared information and gathered information from neighboring counties and anybody that was involved with this case.
And did you also confer with Arizona law enforcement?
We did, yes.
Detective, are you aware of who Charles Vallow was?
Yes.
Who was he?
Charles Vallow was married to Lori Vallow.
Is he alive?
No, he is not.
Do you know when he died?
Charles died July 11th, 20.
Are you aware of how he died?
Charles was shot by Alex Cox, Lori's brother.
Now, you testified earlier that your initial involvement in this case involved looking for a Jeep.
That's correct.
And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe you testified that you were looking for that Jeep because it was requested by Arizona law enforcement.
That's correct, yes.
And are you aware of why they were looking for that Jeep?
Yes, I am.
Why were they looking for that Jeep?
That Jeep was a suspect in an attempted homicide of Brendan Boudreaux, who was married to Lori's niece, Melanie Boudreaux. The suspect in that homicide was also Alex Cox.
Detective, going back to October 9th, 2019 in Tammy Daybell, are you aware of the incident that took place with Tammy Daybell?
Yes, I am.
What was it?
Judge, I'm going to object. There's no foundation as to how you became aware of it. Sustained.
Through your investigation, did you become aware of what happened to Tammy Daybell?
Yes, I did.
And how did you become aware of that information?
Sharing information with Fremont County.
And so was this part of the collective knowledge of the case that you were?
That's correct, yes.
And did you aid in that investigation as well?
I did.
So you personally became aware of these events?
Correct.
Based on your knowledge and your investigation, are you aware of any event involving Tammy Daybell on October 9th, 2018?
Judge, again, there hasn't been proper foundation.
I think at this point I've established that it's through his investigation and knowledge.
This objection's overruled.
You can answer the question.
Yes, I'm aware.
And what was that event?
On October 9th, 2019, Tammy Daybell believes that she was shot at in the driveway of the defendant Daybell's residence.
She believes she was shot at.
When you say shot at, are you aware of how she thought she was shot at?
She initially reported that it was possibly a paintball gun.
Detective, in your investigation, did you ever put together timelines of events that took place?
Yes, I did.
Why is it important to do that?
Just to establish who the key figures were and the key dates to aid in our investigation, so we can make sure that we share the accurate and correct information with the other agencies.
And in preparing for this trial, did you prepare any charts of key figures to aid the jury in understanding your testimony and the testimony of the trial?
Yes, I did.
And was that based on your involvement in the case
Yes,
and your investigation.
correct.
And based on I'm sorry, that wasn't very well said, based on the information you gained from your investigation.
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 30. Detective, do you have State's Exhibit?
Resolved, which we are gonna take up outside of the presence of the jury. We'll do that as quickly as we can, so, I will be off the bench while I research this momentarily, then we'll come back on and make a ruling outside of the jury's presence, bring them back in to evidence.
All rise, please.
You've interviewed among 7, whatever his name is, Officer K was provided email, search information that Tammy Dable engaged in regarding paintball guns in a picture. Were you aware of that?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking whether he's aware of it.
Overruled.
Are you aware of it?
I was aware that he was provided information. I can't tell you exactly what information he was.
Okay, we'll get to that in another day. But did you also listen to the 911 call that was made regarding the paintball incident?
I did.
Okay, and there was no mention of a gun in that 911 call, right?
No,
The mention in the 911 call is that someone took a shot at me or tried to take a shot with a paintball gun, right?
that's correct.
Okay, so the suggestion today that it was a gun is based on your own hunch, right?
No, sir.
Well, do you have the gun?
I have evidence of Google searches done by Alex Cox around that time.
Okay. Do you have information as to where Alex Cox was at the time of this alleged shooting?
Yes, sir.
You do have evidence of that?
He was at the Daybell residence earlier that day.
I didn't ask you on the day of the Daybell residence at the time of this shooting. And do you recall when this shooting took place?
I believe it was maybe 8 in the evening, maybe.
Right. And let's clarify this because the data that you have regarding him being at the residence was much earlier in the day, right?
That's correct.
And you don't have any data that shows that Alex Cox's phone dinged or any other communication device that Alex Cox had was at the location of the house at the time of this paintball incident, do you?
At the time, no, sir.
Okay. And so at this point, the information you're talking about is there's some Google searches by Alex Cox, correct?
That's correct.
And the information is that you've decided to not take into consideration Tammy Daybell's own statement about a paintball gun?
Objection, misstates his testimony.
Sustained. So what other information are you leaning on to suggest that this was anything but a paintball gun?
The Google searches performed by Alex Cox talked about shooting through Dodge Dakota.
that would be one of Chad and Tammy Daybell's vehicles, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, were you aware of who was driving the Dodge Dakota at the time that incident took place?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you talk to any of the family members, any of the 4 children about who was actually the driver of this Dodge Dakota that Alex Cox was trying to figure out a way to shoot through?
We attempted to contact those children and they wouldn't speak with us.
Okay, so you don't know whether Chad Daybell or Tammy Daybell were driving that Dodge Dakota, right?
That's correct.
So the reality is that Tammy Daybell was driving the Dodge Dakota. It sounds like Alex Cox had something for Tammy Daybell. Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm not suggesting that. I'm just simply stating what Mr. Cox's Google searches were around the time of that shooting.
Okay, and you're basing those Google searches on your position that you believe this was a shooting, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so if Chad Daybell was driving the Dodge Dakota during this time, and he was the primary driver and maybe the only driver, would that mean then you would be looking at whether Alex Cox was trying to shoot Chad Daybell?
Chad Daybell didn't call in a 911 call and said he was shot at. Tammy Daybell.
Yeah, but Tammy Daybell called in a 911 call about a paintball gun. And it was a paintball gun. And we'll have Officer Cannon talk about that. And we'll listen to the 911 call.
Objection, that's not a question.
Well, the question is,
Mr. Pryor, again, you've got to give me an opportunity to rule an objection. If it is sustained, let's just argument, it's not a question, you can ask another question.
the shooting and the call that was taking place was in reference to a paintball gun incident, wasn't it?
Can you repeat the question, sir? I couldn't hear you.
The call that was made regarding this incident was a 911 call about a paintball incident, wasn't it? They used the words paintball in the 911 call.
That's correct.
We'll move on. Okay. Now, we previously talked about, and Judge, I don't know when you want to stop. I've got a ways to go.
I think this probably is a good time for the lunch break, isn't the time? So we will take our lunch recess. That will be an hour. We'll plan on coming back on for additional testimony around 10 and a quarter after 1.
All rise, please.
the testimony.
Well, try to clarify that. High rate of speed, Chad Daybell left the area. Is that fair?
That's fair.
That's what you're stating, correct?
That's correct.
And in the vehicle that he was in, do you know that that was the Dodge Dakota that supposedly he was fleeing in?
It was not Dodge Dakota he was fleeing
Okay, what vehicle was he fleeing in?
in. I can't recall off the top of my head. We have it in inbound, but it wasn't the Dodge Dakota.
Okay. Okay. So there were two vehicles, an Equinox and a Dodge Dakota.
Which day, sir?
On June 9th, which, there are two vehicles that the Daybells owned, an Equinox and a Dodge Dakota. So which one was it that he was allegedly fleeing?
I just stated I couldn't recall the vehicle that
Okay.
was arrested.
Okay, that's fair, that's fair. So, just to recap, we know that there was a Google search by Alex Cox on his Homer J. Maximus account, correct?
Correct.
And that there was an allegation that someone was, or that Alex Cox was trying to figure out what type of caliber to at least shoot at a black Dodge Dakota, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We don't know who the target was, or who the target was in that Dodge Dakota, but we know someone who owned the vehicle, obviously, right?
I would assume so.
Okay, okay. Now, that's what you based on the fact that you thought that there was an attempt on Tammy Daybell that day, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you read that email from the Homer J, or the research from the Homer J. Maximus account, did you take into consideration the date of when that search took place?
I did.
And when was that?
I can't recall. I have to refer to my notes.
Okay. I'm gonna take the liberty of helping you out a little bit. At least I think I'm gonna help you. There. Judge, I don't know why it's not going up on the screen.
Is this a exhibit?
34.
Sorry, which 34 has sub exhibits?
I believe it's A, Judge.
34A is admitted previously by stipulation. 34A is what you're trying to publish, Mr. Clark.
Yes, Judge.
I don't know if there's one can assist to see what the. Okay, it is admitted.
There we go. I'm sorry, I don't know what. All the best laid plans to prepare for this. So I'd like you to take a look up at the screen, if you would. Look at the date of when this search took place.
Okay.
And what is that date
October 12th,
of?
2019.
Okay, now what was the date that allegedly Tammy Daybell was shot at with a paintball gun?
October 9th, 2019.
So if I understand, the incident with the paintball gun took place 3 days before this search took place.
Correct.
Okay, but you still continue to believe that was the basis for someone going after Tammy Daybell, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, All right. But you don't have any Google searches that suggest anything else in a threatening manner. This is the one and only that you're relying on. Is that right?
No, that's not right.
All right, what else are you relying
If you scroll up on October 9th, I believe that evening,
on? Okay. Go ahead.
Alex Cox Googles how to make an AR-15 function in cold weather.
Okay.
There's some other Googles if you'd like to pull it up.
Well, I've got those and we're gonna go through those. And we'll have an opportunity to do that, but,
And that was the night Tammy was shot at.
okay. And he Googled that night, right?
That's correct.
What time of night was that, do you recall?
I'd have to look at my notes.
Okay. Okay, but he also had a habit of Googling a lot of things, right?
I can't answer that.
Well, you know about the Hannibal Lecter thing, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, before we get to the Hannibal Lecter thing, let's talk a little bit about some of the other searches from Homer J. Maximus. October 21. Best tactical cutting, moves, right?
Correct.
See that one?
All right, and Mr. Pryor, you're gonna have to stay by that microphone or we don't pick up what it's said.
Good judge. October 22nd, 2019. Sharpening swords. Knife sharpener, right?
Correct.
Okay, what was the date of Tammy Daybell's death?
October 19th, 2019.
Okay, so 3 days after Tammy Daybell dies, Alex Cox is still looking at sharpening swords and a block knife sharpener 3 days after Tammy Daybell's death. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. October 23rd. 4 days after Tammy Daybell's died. 15 facts about the silence of the lambs you didn't know. Call that one?
No, sir.
Okay. And that was 4 days after Tammy dies, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when you searched, and I believe it was 107, was that the unit that we found all of the knives and the guns?
No, sir, that was 175.
Okay, 175, that was Lori Vallow's unit then, right?
That was the unit that Lori Vallow lived in, but Alex Cox was on the tenant agreement.
Okay, okay. And your testimony previously, I believe that was a day or so ago, there were a significant number of weapons found, right?
That's correct.
Did you do a check on all of those weapons to see who they belonged to?
I personally did not do a check on all those weapons.
What about the knives or the ammunition? Did you check and see who those belong to?
I'm not quite sure how to check on who the
I
knives
don't
belong to.
I don't either. I just asked because are you presuming that the owner of those knives and guns and ammunition is Alex Cox?
They were found amongst his belongings, so I presume that is.
And we talked about this before, when I was doing some voir dire and native objection, that a lot of those items were items, the knives and the ammunition were items that you pulled out of bags and displayed for purposes of, for lack of a better word, staging them for your photo op, right?
That's correct.
Okay, okay. But again, all of the ammunition, all of the weapons, all of the knives, and the ski mask, that was found in Alex Cox's, at or near Alex Cox's belongings, right?
Correct.
So I don't want you to speculate, but you're presuming that Alex Cox owned all of those, right?
That's correct.
There's no indication that Lori Vallow had several guns and knives and things like that. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. I want to switch gears a little bit. And I want to talk to you a little bit about Charles Vallow. Okay? And I assume you've been communicating with the folks down in Arizona about all of that. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so you're well versed in the facts as it relates to Charles Vallow, correct?
No, I wouldn't say well versed. I know the basics.
Okay, but are part of the basics to know where the court proceedings are and who was charged with what?
You would have to be more specific.
Okay, and do you know currently who's charged in the death of Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Okay, who is that?
Lori Vallow.
Okay, are you aware that the prosecuting attorney down in Maricopa County issued a
Objection, hearsay.
That's the same.
Judge, I'm asking whether he's aware, not whether he,
Well, by the time you say what he's aware of, then all the information's coming through his, so it's the same.
okay. Are you aware that Chad Daybell is not charged with anything in Maricopa County relating to Charles Vallow?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Brandon Boudreaux's next. Who's been charged in the allegations against Brandon Boudreaux?
Lori Vallow.
Is there anybody else?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay, and you're also aware that Chad Daybell has not been charged in the allegations as they relate to Brandon Boudreaux, is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Now, if Alex Cox was still alive, the suggestion seems to be that he would have been charged with both of those offenses. Would that be fair?
Objection calls for speculation.
It's the same.
Okay. Do you have any information as to who killed Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Who do you believe killed Charles Vallow?
Alex Cox.
Okay. Who do you believe took the shot at Brandon Boudreaux?
Alex Cox.
Okay, thank you. Now, did you have the occasion to look into the history of Alex Cox a little bit?
Briefly.
Okay, were you aware of an incident that occurred in, let me get the date right, August 5th of 2007?
You'd have to be more specific about what occurred on that date, sir.
On that date, there was an allegation that there was an assault on a Joseph Ryan.
That's correct.
You're familiar with that, is that right?
Yes.
And in 2007, is there any indication that Chad Daybell knew Lori Vallow in 2007?
Not to my knowledge. No.
Okay. And in that incident, are you aware that Alex Cox committed aggravated assault on Joseph Ryan?
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object to relevance.
I think we're outside the scope of what's happening in this case, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, can I approach, please, counsel?
Sure, outside watching.
don't remember a phone call.
Okay, all right, we're gonna revisit that maybe at another date, but that's fine. But you also went down to Provo, Utah. And I'm going off of memory, but it was Provo, Utah on the 4th of June of 2020, is that right?
Sure.
Now, at that point, you were interviewing both David Warwick and Melanie Gibb about information they had about these allegations, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And who else was there?
Myself, Lieutenant Ball, and Prosecutor Wood.
Okay, so the prosecuting attorney, Mr. Wood, right there. And a lieutenant that you work with and yourself drove down to Provo, Utah.
Correct.
And was there anybody from any local law enforcement there as well?
No.
Okay, now there was an effort to record that conversation, is that right?
Yes, it was recorded.
Okay, was the entire thing recorded?
I believe the very beginning wasn't. The recorder malfunctioned or something happened that was recorded, but the majority of that interview was recorded.
The majority of it was.
That's correct.
So if I represent to you that there was 22 minutes of recording on that interview, does that sound about the length of what the interview was with Melanie Gibb?
No.
It doesn't?
No.
Okay. Would it be helpful if you were able to listen to that recording and view that recording to refresh your recollection?
Refresh my recollection.
Like about the length of time that recording was?
It should have been longer than 22 minutes. Probably there longer than 22 minutes.
How long were you there?
Roughly, say about an hour maybe.
Okay. Now, your testimony is that it should have been longer than 21 or 22 minutes, is that right?
That's correct.
Would it surprise you to learn that, well, you don't know exactly how long that interview took place, right?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you the exact time.
And you don't know the length of the recording itself, is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, and in order to determine that, it would be helpful for you to refresh your recollection by listening to the interview, and it would be able to answer those questions for you. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Your Honor, I'm gonna check beyond the scope.
We're way beyond the scope of your red counsel. If also the officer's going to review that, and I permit it, of course, it's not going to be in the presence of the jury. So also saying the objection on beyond the scope.
Judge, are you talking about beyond the scope of direct examination?
Yes.
Okay, then officer, we'll revisit that at another time, okay? And we'll leave that for another opportunity when I call you back. Now, on the day that JJ Vallow was found on June 9th, okay? The pictures and the testimony you showed suggested that he was wearing red pajamas and some Skechers socks. Is that right?
Sure.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of what JJ Vallow was wearing based on your investigation when he was carried by Alex Cox from Alex Cox's apartment to the upstairs of Lori Vallow's apartment?
Objections, calls for hearsay.
It doesn't necessarily call for hearsay. He's wondering what he observed him wearing, if you know, so
Yes.
that's what we're on that.
Tell me if you know the answer.
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. Do you know whether or not JJ Vallow was wearing red pajamas when he was carried upstairs by Alex Cox?
Sir, I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. And Judge, I think at this point, I'm going to save the rest of my questioning for when I call the officer back in my case in chief. That's okay.
Very well. You can do that. That'll conclude the cross-examination then. This time we'll begin with redirect from the state. Mr. Wood.
Is this from today's court day, or what day is this?
Your Honor, may I be handed States Exhibit 31?
I didn't hear what you said.
Yes, and States Exhibit 30.
Hello?
Detective, you testified earlier about when you first met Alec or Chad Daybell.
Correct.
Who was he with?
Alex Cox.
Did he look afraid of Alex Cox?
No.
Alex Cox was Chad Daybell's brother-in-law, correct? When you met him?
That's correct.
Detective, you were asked about your beliefs. Is that fair? In cross-examination, you were asked about your beliefs?
Yes.
Let's talk about your investigation. When you started your investigation, what was the scope of your investigation?
Initially, it was to find the Jeep from Gilbert, Arizona.
And then it expanded, correct?
Correct.
And then what was the scope of your investigation?
To find the whereabouts of JJ and Tylee.
And all this time, you're collecting information from various sources.
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I publish States Exhibit 31?
Can you hear me? Just want to make sure. I don't know if you can or not. It's weird.
Boom. Come back. I put a mic on. See if it works. Hello?
I'm back.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. I didn't hear you on YouTube either, so but I do now, so we're good. Sorry about that, by the way.
It's all right. It happens. Technology, you know.
Yeah, it can suck, but
Sometimes
it's
technology
amazing,
acts up.
right? That's for sure, especially for me.
Yo, we gotta. Technology is not the best.
Right. I feel like I'm just a little too impatient with it.
Yeah, when you have the ADHD, it's the worst. You know, when you have ADHD,
Oh yeah.
you don't have any patience. I don't really have patience as well.
Yeah, for real. I'm hardly ever patient. Doesn't matter what it is.
I don't have patience at all.
I can definitely relate.
Let's continue watching this.
Let's do it.
You know, this is an interesting case. You know,
Oh
hopefully
yeah.
they find him guilty, but I'm not sure. You know.
I know. I'm really starting to kind of worry about it. I really hope the jurors
Yes.
can see through it, man, because it obviously wasn't just Lori, you know?
I mean, I don't think she was
Oh,
the only one involved.
oh,
And if
no.
you, again, you were asked about your beliefs, correct?
That's correct.
And you were asked about your beliefs regarding, I'm gonna call it the paintball incident, is that fair?
Yes.
They throw the
When I'm
woman,
talking about that,
trying
what
to
do
throw the
you,
woman
your
under the
understanding,
bus.
what am I referring to?
The attempted shooting of Timmy Daybell.
And you testified you don't believe it was a paintball gun.
That's correct.
So why not?
Through our investigation, we learned that Alex Cox was in the area and on the property of Chad Daybell the morning that Tammy Daybell was shot at October 9th. Through Google searches from Homer J. Maximus, which was Alex's Google account, the night that Tammy Daybell was shot, it was a colder evening. And the Google searches were how to make an AR-15 function in cold weather. And without referring to my notes, can I refer to my notes?
Would it refresh your memory to review your notes?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may the witness look at his report.
No objection.
Yes, you can look at it, not to testify from, to refresh your recollections, so once you looked at that, it's now.
Can you hear me still?
Yeah, I hear you.
No, I'm saying that's crazy that OJ passed away. He had cancer.
I know. saw it on TMZ where he died like right after it was posted, and I was like so surprised. I wanted to make a post saying rest in peace, but I felt so awkward about doing that, considering, you know, he is a person.
He didn't do
about
it.
his
Somebody else
murder.
confessed. Somebody else confessed saying that they killed what's the name of this his ex
Nicole
ex.
Brown Simpson and Ron Swanson or Samson or something.
Yeah, somebody that's in prison now. They confessed saying they did it.
Oh, really?
On October 8th, the night before, we believe Tammy was shot at. Alex is Googling drop yardage from 300 yards to 100 yards. Which we assumed, when you're shooting a rifle, you're adjusting your sights to your target. That was the night before. The morning of the shooting, Alex was on Mr. Daybell's property. We have him driving up and down the road of Mr. Daybell's property and also on the property. Later that evening into the early morning hours of October 10th is when he Googled how to make your AR-15 function in cold weather. So that's why we believe that it wasn't just a paintball gun. We believe that Alex Cox was there to shoot Tammy Daybell.
Okay. I'm gonna have you look at this timeline.
As far as you're aware, these dates are accurate, correct?
I'm sorry.
As far as you're aware, these, in pursuant to your investigation, these dates are accurate, correct?
That's correct.
Did the fact that Tammy Daybell died 10 days after that incident have any bearing on whether or not you believed it was a paintball gun?
Yes.
Did the fact that Chad Daybell got married 17 days later have any bearing on your belief whether or not it was a paintball gun?
Yes.
The fact that there were 2 children buried on Chad Daybell's property have any bearing on whether or not you believed it was a paintball gun?
Yes.
Did the fact that Lori Vallow's husband died within months of these other deaths have any bearing on your belief of whether or not it was a paintball gun?
Absolutely.
And finally, did the fact that Brandon Boudreaux was shot at
Crazy.
on October 2nd, 2019 have any bearing on your belief of whether or not it was a paintball gun?
Yes.
And it's your belief that Alex Cox was tied to these events, correct?
That's correct.
And because you were asked about your beliefs, was it your belief that Chad Daybell was tied to these events?
Yes.
Why?
Based on our investigation, the lies that we've been told, the fact that we tried to get a hold of the kid's mother, Lori Vallow, kid's stepfather, Chad Daybell, their uncle, Alex Cox. We weren't able to get a hold of anybody. We were left in the dark. Based on all those events, that's what our beliefs were as collectively.
Pursuant to your investigation, do you know when Alex Cox died?
December 12th, 2019.
At any time after Alex Cox died, did Mr. Daybell call the Rexburg police to report that there might be dead children located on his property?
No, he didn't.
Did he call the Rexburg police with any concerns that perhaps his wife had been harmed by someone?
No, he didn't.
Did he call the Rexburg police before Alex Cox died to say he might be in danger?
Judge, we're going beyond the scope, but walking through, I would ask that I give you an opportunity to revisit those issues.
I'm gonna sustain that objection.
Okay.
That's the word.
Again, so the first time you met Chad Daybell, what was the first thing you asked him? When you had an opportunity to speak with him?
Ask an answer.
This is a response to the cross.
I asked him when the last time he saw
You heard the funny thing is that this is before COVID.
Answer.
in October,
That's true,
in
yeah.
apartment 107 with Lord Bell.
And did you ask for Lori Ball's phone number?
So he thought it was gonna be the end of the world, and
And what was his first response?
it was during that pandemic.
It's a response to the cross.
Right.
Overruled.
Huh. That's
His
interesting.
response was he didn't know her cell phone.
Detective, you were asked a little bit about how you do an investigation. Correct? And we spoke about the scope of your investigation in this case.
Correct.
Because your testimony that you followed where the evidence took you in this case.
That's correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wood.
Judge, there were some issues that were opened up. I'd like the opportunity to read those.
There were a few, so while a limited recross, particularly considering your statement, you're gonna recall the witness, it'll be limited, but if you'd like to, Mr. Pryor, you may.
Detective, there was some testimony about, I'll wait for you to finish.
Thank you.
There was some testimony that you had the whereabouts of Alex Cox on the property of Chad Daybell, and that would have been on the 9th
That's correct.
of October.
Yes,
Do you have a recollection of how long he was there on that property?
I don't.
Okay, and you're basing that knowledge on his phone records and his pings, right?
Correct.
Did you have an occasion to look at all of Alex Cox's whereabouts on that day? By way of his phone records, or did you just look at that specific time?
We were more interested in that specific time.
Okay, and you, I gather from your testimony that you didn't look at between 8 and 10 o'clock on the 9th when the paintball incident took place. You didn't look at that time for Alex Cox's whereabouts, did you?
If I remember right, I didn't get his location near the property at that time. There was no location.
Okay. And isn't it true, officer, that you didn't get his location? Alex Cox's phone was pinging in Idaho Falls at that time, some several miles away.
I can't testify to that.
Okay, but you know he wasn't on the property by way of his phone ping and all of the metadata, that's the word you used, right? Metadata?
Correct.
By the metadata, Alex Cox wasn't on the Daybell property when Tammy Daybell was shot at with a paintball gun, correct?
No, sir, I can't answer that. I can answer that Alex Cox's cell phone or his device was not on the property.
Okay, and you can also say that his device was on Chad Daybell's property sometime in the morning of the 9th of October, right?
And driving down the roadway in front of the property.
Right. And we don't know who else was on the property on the 9th of October, do we?
I can't testify to who was on the property.
Right. So we don't know if he was there by himself or is he there with other folks, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And when we're talking about you've been on the Daybell property, right? A couple of times.
Yes.
And you took a photo of the car, and we're gonna revisit that next time we get together. But it's not 100 yards from the end of the Daybell driveway to the road, is it?
No, sir.
Do you have an idea of how long that driveway is? Could you give me an idea if you know?
I couldn't testify to that.
Is it 50 yards?
No, I would say maybe 30, maybe
30 yards?
20, 30 yards. Yeah.
So 60 to 90 feet.
That's my rough guess, yes.
Okay, so if we're looking at a rifle at 300 yards and dropping it down to 100 yards, We don't need 100 yards to get from one end of the Daybell driveway to the other, do we?
What our investigation or our belief was, if you're asking me what my belief is,
No, I'm asking you the distance down the end of the Daybell driveway to the top of the Daybell driveway, is that's not 100 yards, right?
well, that's correct.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Wood is the state ready to call this next witness.
Your Honor, could we approach?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I made this witness need to stand.
Oh, I didn't know we are. You want that sidebar first?
No, we're done.
Okay, well, Lieutenant Hermosillo, you may go ahead and return down. And because you are still under subpoena, maybe recall, I will admonish you to abide by the court's exclusionary rule. You're not permitted to review or view testimony trial between now and the time you return testimony. If you fail to follow that and follow the trial or observe any testimony, you will not be permitted to testify again. All right. Okay, thank you. All right, council, if you'll give me a moment, I want to clarify our record on exhibits admitted through that last witness and make sure the court has a clear record of what came in as it relates to exhibit 34. So we did have stipulation that on the record here, and for the jurors to know as well, we had, I believe 34 had separate attachments or would be separate exhibits, 34A, B, C, D, and E. Is that what 34 consists of?
Yes, Judge, and the state is stipulated to be admission to all of 34, which included those separate exhibits. They've already been stipulated.
Okay, and understanding they were stipulated to, still on the record, I'm going to make clear that exhibits 34A, 34B, 34C, 34D, and 34E have all been admitted into the record and are evidence in the case. Does the state concur with that?
That sounds accurate, Your Honor.
Okay. Council, when we conclude, I'll have you stick around for a minute to also see if we need further clarify exhibits on the record. At this time, ladies and gentlemen of the jury and those in attendance, I've discussed scheduling here with counsel. We got this trial started and moving along with jury selection a little quicker than anticipated, and the state is at its stage of putting on its case in chief. They're doing their best to line up witnesses to appear here, coming a little sooner than anticipated. And that's the explanation. We are going to go ahead and conclude for today in order to allow the state to have a full day's worth of evidence and testimony beginning on Monday. And then next week, we should be on a full slate of Monday through Friday trial. Notice also, as I mentioned previously, that tomorrow is not going to be a day of trial. So as I understand it, the state would request that we then conclude trial for the week and commence again on Monday morning. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
The state having, or I'm sorry, does the defense have any objection to that?
No objection, Judge. Thank you.
Okay. So before you leave then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is a pretty long break in between evidence now that you are sworn jurors in the case. And I will again admonish you to please do everything you can to not do anything to learn about the case, investigate the case, look the case up, follow any media in the case. If you do see anything being reported, try to avoid that. Don't talk about the case to anyone else or any of the evidence or facts with anyone, including with each other. You can only do that when you start your deliberations. And when you return on Monday morning, when we'll commence at 8:30 with more evidence, I will be asking the jurors as they return to complete those admonitions and certify under penalty of perjury that you have followed that instruction. So I appreciate you doing that so far. I have confidence you will continue to do that. And thank you for your time and efforts today. That will conclude our trial for today, and we will resume again on Monday with further evidence.
All rise, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. The matter on the exhibit 34 is the court is referencing the defense trial exhibits, and 34 is listed. It says 34A through E, Alex Cox Google searches in October 2019. There's also a 34F and a 34G through J and a 34K through Y. So I just wanted to make clear what came in the record today that will be admitted. We have 34 A through E.
That's correct, Judge. The other ones are yet to come.
Okay,
So, and I'm sorry it was confusing. I tried to do this as plainly as possible and have it all on a thumb drive so that the court can make it easier for the jury, but at this point, it's only A through E. The others have been admitted, Judge. I just haven't referenced them yet.
okay, and just to be clear, even though admitted or and agreed to be admitted by stipulation, for this record to be accurate and for future reference to the record, each time a new exhibit is referenced, it needs to be just called out on the record so the clerk keeps an accurate list of what exhibits have come in and that those track with the actual exhibits. So I think the system works. We just need to make sure that individually, for example, with that, if there's multiple exhibits within a number, then we outline exactly what came in. That way we make sure the jury doesn't see any evidence they weren't supposed to see and they see all the evidence they are supposed to see. So we'll continue to work on that process as we start next week. Before we conclude today, then, is there anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything further from the defense?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thanks everyone in your attendance today, also for following the court's conduct orders. I appreciate it very much. Moving recess for the day.
All rise, please.
What's up, everybody? Welcome in. It's Friday. And on today's video, we are going to break down the first witness in the Chad Daybell trial, the main investigating officer. We're going to go through some of the stuff he testified to, but we're going to focus on the cross-examination and see if Chad Daybell's attorney can get him to help point the finger at Alex Cox and Lori Vallow, which is going to be Chad Daybell's theme throughout this case. We're also going to see a lot of objections, some decisions made by the judge, and lawyers just plowing through it. It's different styles and types of lawyering every trial we watch, and this one definitely has a type and style of its own. So we're going to look into that today and break it down and whether or not we think it's going to be effective for this jury. I appreciate you guys joining me. Make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to our channel if you haven't already.
Have you watched the show yet?
So we discussed the opening statements
Ashley?
already in this
I've
case.
watched him,
If you
but
guys
I've
haven't
not
followed it, you can
watched
check that out.
exact
We've done a bunch of
episode.
videos on Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell. We did some recaps of
He's
Lori
alright.
Vallow's trial. The opening statement for the
Yeah,
state
he's
was
not
very
bad.
similar. This case is all about sex, money, and power. They wanted to be together. They wanted to get the kids out of the way because they were a distraction, basically. And they wanted to keep collecting government funds for the kids. And they wanted to get power with their, cult, their doomsday cult type stuff. So it's a similar argument here. And they're focusing on very similar themes. And when they put this officer up on the stand, they had him go through all the evidence he found, where Chad and Lori were those days, how they didn't think anything was wrong or sad about the kids or report them missing, regardless of the timing, and how Alex Cox, Lori Vallow, and Chad Daybell all worked together. This was a conspiracy. They're all in on it. So that is kind of their combating this defense, where it didn't really matter if Chad Daybell or Lori Vallow pointed the finger at each other, because according to the state, they were all working together with Alex Cox, who's no longer with us, or he would have been involved in all of this too. So the state has just kind of methodically gone through what they found, where they found it, brutally sad testimony about finding the remains on Chad Daybell's property. They went through what they found, how they found it. We don't need to get into the specifics, but the evidence is very, very, very damning against Chad Daybell. This is one of those trials where, yes, everyone is presumed innocent, but his co-conspirator has already been convicted. And that does affect finger pointing. And a lot of people have questions I see in the chat about how it's interesting that Chad Daybell would point the finger at Lori Vallow, but it didn't happen the other way around. And at least a small percentage of that may be the fact that Lori Vallow has already been convicted. So it's a little bit easier to point the finger at her, and Chad Daybell hasn't. Yes, Chad Daybell has the
I
death
guess
penalty that he's
that's
looking
true.
at, but
Yeah.
maybe that's one of the reasons he's pointing the finger, or maybe he's just taking the advice of his counsel, which would kind of be my guess. Because I think all lawyers would have advised each other to point the finger at each other potentially. If in
What you say?
I said that's true, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
fact that's the story their client is telling. And to me, That's really what this looks like. So that's really what we're going to focus on is, can Chad Daybell produce some kind of defense that's going to take the presumption of guilt that seems to be on his head here, even though that's not how this is supposed to work. Most people looking at this case have said it's harder than most other cases to presume him innocent, and I understand that. The facts are horrible. A co-conspirator's already been convicted, and we've already seen weeks and weeks of evidence that they're going to present against him. The state said these cases are very similar. That's why they didn't want him to be severed. The defense wanted them to be severed. This is obviously, I think, one of the reasons why.
And his alibi is
So
such
we're going to
BS,
continue to follow
dude.
up and watch this trial.
Stargazing.
Yeah, the audio
Okay, sure,
from the court is not great, but we're going to work through it here together and listen to some cross, some redirect. We're going to talk about what points maybe were made by the defense because their focus is on proving that this was not Chad Daybell, but was Alex Cox, Lori Vallow's brother, and Lori Vallow, and that Daybell didn't really know what was going on. He was seduced and manipulated by this pretty blonde lady, basically. All right.
He's strong
so
enough.
Where we're going to jump in is
sorry,
I don't
want
to hear this.
We were
example
talking
just
about
right off the
Brian
bat, 'cause a lot
Cover.
of people are asking about.
I don't want to
John
hear
Pryor, who's Chad Daybell's
excuses
attorney,
that
style,
he was
and how
seduced.
he's just
Right.
really
He
fast,
was
not listening to
also a very
objections.
manipulative person.
A lot
You
of
can
people say they
tell by
don't
the
like his
love
style.
bombing and
I don't
the
find it that
things that he
off-putting,
would
so I'm interested to
say
hear
to
what you guys
Lori.
think, and I'm going to explain what he's doing sometimes when he just continues on after an objection before we even hear a ruling on that objection. And as we get into the content, we're also going to be focusing on the lawyering.
You said that you asked Mr. Daybell first about whether he had Lori Vallow's phone number, correct?
No, sir, I didn't contact Mr. Daybell till after I contacted Alex Cox.
Okay. At some point, did you ask for Lori Vallow's phone number from Mr. Daybell?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And at no point did you ever make a threat to him saying you're going to turn this phone number over to us, right?
No, sir.
At no point did any other officer walk up to him and say, if you don't turn this phone number over, you're going to get yourself in a lot of trouble. That never took place to your knowledge, right?
That's correct.
Okay. But then after that, you're saying, at first he said, I'm not going to give you the phone number. And then out of the blue, he decides to give you the phone number.
Objection misstates the facts and evidence.
Okay. Then subsequent to that, he decides.
Objection misstates the facts and evidence. Then he just keeps going into his next question. He changes it to try and fix what the objection was, but he doesn't even let the judge rule. Now, what he's doing, and he does this over and over again, and we're going to see it, is basically he concedes defeat. He understands the way he's asking the question is wrong, so he tries to fix it. Now, for the record purposes and to have a clean record, we need a judge's ruling, and then he can change the question. Some judges will allow lawyers to do this. I've seen this before. Judge Boyce is not one of them, but that's what John Pryor is doing here over and over again.
Mr. Pryor, when there's an objection, I'm going to rule on it before you launch into another question. So the objection is sustained.
And obviously that's an easy call for the judge, but here's where the negative comes in. I do not think this looks good in front of the jury. He has had to be corrected and told to slow down and told that he's got to rule on objections. I think he seems very comfortable in the courtroom as a lawyer, but if a juror doesn't know better, they may think he's inexperienced or doesn't know what he's doing because the judge has to explain certain things to him. I hear people talking about the gargled sound. That's why I'm playing it on normal speed to keep it as slow and hopefully manageable as possible for everybody here. Also, welcome to all the new members, and thank you, Francis, for gifting some memberships here. The members are the best, and we have a great time in the members-only stuff. A bunch of videos that are in that bank there, and a bunch of videos that you can see early. And we are planning our April members-only video already, and I'm excited about it.
Subsequent to that, he decides to give you the phone number. Is that right?
Can you repeat the question, please?
I'll go back over the analysis.
Thank you.
Your testimony is that Mr. Daybell refused to give you the phone number first, correct?
That's correct.
And that was an adamant refusal. He said, no, I don't know what her phone number is, right?
That's correct.
And then without any further prompting by the police officers or any encouragement by law enforcement, he shows back up and gives you the phone number later, right?
Objection, he's misstating the facts in the
Well,
evidence.
I'm trying to establish the facts, Judge.
The objection's overruled.
What's really interesting to me is, and again, this is maybe inside baseball, just being a lawyer listening to this, but I think the judge would have overruled the objection the first time because it's the same objection, facts not evidence or misstatement of the facts. Pryor tries to fix it, and because he tries to fix it and concedes defeat, the judge sustains the objection. But when he goes back and does it again, same objection, judge overrules it. So I think the judge was going to allow him to try to establish these facts. Did Chad Daybell give you her number without any police coercion and forcing of the police? Basically, I think trying to lay the groundwork that Chad Daybell was thinking it might be Lori Vallow pretty early on in this investigation.
Has an answer, you may answer.
You say he showed back up, he never left when I originally asked him.
Okay,
I had to ask him twice to get the phone.
okay. And how much time passed between the first request and the second?
Roughly a minute.
Okay. So
Basically, it took him a whole 1 minute to give his wife's phone number to law enforcement as they're investigating her for something he's now pointing the finger at, saying she did it. We're going to jump ahead here when they start to discuss whether Alex Cox showed up with a real gun or a paintball gun to Tammy Daybell's house. And again, they're going to continue to point the finger at Alex Cox, even Tammy Daybell, everybody in this, Brandon Boudreaux, everybody in this situation, Charles Vallow. Problem is,
in the defense
for
of
Alex Cox to go after Tammy Daybell seems to help Chad Daybell. It also seems to help Lori Vallow too, but it's hard to believe at some point that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow were doing all of these things that it makes sense that Chad Daybell would also want these people eliminated, but he had nothing to do with it. He didn't know about it. It was all his sweet wife and her mean brother. So at some point, they're gonna be able to do this. I think they're gonna be able to point the finger at Alex Cox and Lori Vallow. They're gonna make them look very guilty. The defense doesn't have a burden of proof. They don't have to do this, but it feels like they kind of do for this jury. And I think they're going to do a really good job of doing that. The problem is the state then only needs to take it one step further. They only need to connect that last link in the chain. Because everybody agrees in this courtroom that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox are guilty as can be. The question remaining for this jury is, was Chad Daybell in on it? So there's going to be a lot of discussion back and forth on trying to make Alex Cox look like the bad guy, which again, there's a lot of information to do that. So we're going to listen to some of that exchange here.
That's right. And that's a town that's close to Rexford? Correct. Okay.
Actually, before we do that, I want to answer a couple of these questions. Rachel, sorry if you covered this already, but why is the trial on Zoom and not in person? It is in person. The court is in control of the camera feed and the audio and where the cameras are pointed. And this is just how they're setting it up. So they're all actually in one courtroom. This is just different camera angles within that courtroom. Do you know if Lori and Chad are allowed to talk to each other now that she has been convicted? Did they break up since now he blames her? I have no idea. I know the Crumbleys were not allowed to speak to each other. I don't think Lori and Chad are speaking to each other, but I haven't heard anything about them breaking up. Maybe it's just trial strategy. Maybe it's not. I don't know. Fiona, does the jury know Lori V. co-conspirator got life? I don't believe so. Different jurisdictions allow different things. I haven't heard them mention it yet. Robin, thank you so much for gifting memberships as well.
And obviously, you can't answer that about the ward or anything like that, but obviously the term ward would suggest that it's some sort of religious group of folks they're talking to, right? Correct. Okay. But this email doesn't say that she was shot with a gun, or there's even a mention of a gun. The email talks about a paintball.
Again, I'm going to object to characterization of this as an email.
Text message, Judge, it's going to be.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. When there's an objection, it's prior again, gotta have time to get it on the record, make a ruling, and then respond to these, so.
It is annoying to a judge when lawyers do this. When they just start talking over each other, it is very annoying. So I understand Judge Boyce getting a little annoyed at Pryor. He needs to calm down. He needs to slow down. But that's also an annoying objection, so I get it. The objection characterizing this as an email, it's clearly a text message. It's like, okay, sorry, I get it. But what Pryor should do is just sit there quietly and just wait and then say, okay, yeah, it was a text message.
Sustained, that's the evidence.
Text.
I'm also going to object to this being described as a text message.
there needs to be some foundation for what this evidence actually is.
Judge, I don't need a foundation. This has been admitted as an exhibit. This is
All right.
admitted.
I'll overrule that objection.
And then he's like, actually, I object to him even calling it a text message. We need somebody to testify. It's like, no, this is already in evidence, dude. It's in evidence as, and when we put it in evidence, we say text from whatever or email from whatever. So it's already in evidence. You can't object to any of its use or however he wants to use it, which is why the first objection was dumb as well. It's like, we're just wasting time now, but that's how this trial is going. A lot of objections, a lot of bickering and just, needling back and forth. And that's what it's going to be like.
In the format it came in with screen capture.
So at any rate, this message.
We're saying it's a
was made on-
Facebook post. It doesn't matter. He can frankly call it whatever he wants. Somebody wrote this. He's asking questions about it. And it is what it is. It's already in evidence. Now, it probably says Facebook post made by X in the exhibit list. So that's really what he should put it on. And people are saying it's a Facebook message. Okay.
People in the third ward. Doesn't say that it was a gun, does it?
Says, does say it's a gun, it just says it's a paintball gun.
Oh, it says paintball gun. You're right. Okay. It doesn't say any other gun, right? If there's any confusion about it, right?
Not in this email or text.
Okay. Did you also have an occasion to look at the, well, you bring that up later, the search engine from Tammy Daybell's account?
No, I did not look at the search engine for Tammy.
Were you aware that, and I'm gonna hack his name, but one of the officers, Officer K, whatever his name is, Officer K, was provided email, search information that Tammy Daybell engaged in regarding paintball guns in a picture. Are you aware of that?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking whether he's aware of it.
Overruled.
Yeah, that doesn't call for speculation. He's just asking if he's aware of what she searched. Now, what you're not supposed to do, or I shouldn't say you're not supposed to do, some judges will cut you off or not allow you to actually put the answer in if he's not aware. So are you aware of the post? And if he says no, then you can't ask, are you aware she searched for this? Because now you're putting that question in, which is also why some of you guys that watch a lot of trials are like rolling your eyes when we say that what the lawyers say is not evidence. But that's why. We have to remind every jury that if the other lawyer is going to ask these questions and try to throw things in that are not actually in evidence or mischaracterizations of evidence, what they ask in their questions is not evidence. And that's why we always try to remind it. But again, we can't unring bells. And once jurors hear things, it becomes much more difficult.
That is true. He is right.
I was aware.
Actually, once a juror hears something, they cannot make their mind. Like if a juror hears something, like once it's heard, it's heard. We're human, no? Like we're not perfect. So once there's something heard, it's heard.
That he was provided information. I can't tell you exactly what information.
Okay, we'll get to that in a minute today. But did you also listen to the 911 call that was made regarding the paintball incident?
I did.
Okay. And there was no mention of a gun in that 911, right?
No.
The mention in the 911 call is that someone took a shot at me or tried to take a shot with a paintball gun, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So the suggestion today that it was a gun is based on your own hunch, right?
No, sir.
Well, do you have the gun?
And he starts asking about hunches now, which the prosecutor later uses against
Why
him.
are you talking
And
about
when asked
hunches,
about your
boy?
beliefs and your hunches, did you have a hunch about this or did you have a hunch about that?
Actually,
And it does backfire when we get to redirect.
who's
But
asking questions?
he's got more than a hunch. He's got a lot of little other pieces of evidence that are circumstantial that give context as to why he thinks this was a gun and not a paintball gun. Golden Girl, yes, no court today in this case. Complex lit question, Peter, have you ever tried a death penalty case? So no, I had a case that was a death penalty case that I was working with my dad. We got the death penalty taken off the table. So then it was a life case. We went to trial and ended up actually getting less than life, although we lost the trial. My dad has tried death penalty cases before, though. Amanda, Peter, do you think Chad will take the stand or give some kind of speech like Lori did? I think he'll make a statement at some point. I don't think he'll take the stand. I really don't think it would be a good idea in this case for him to take a stand, but a lot of people think he's narcissistic. He's a book writer, and maybe he wants to try to convince this jury. Tina, will you cover the Karen Reed case? Yes, but I'm going to wait till trial. I know there's a lot of stuff going on with the pretrial hearing today, a lot of stuff getting thrown out there. But again, I don't want to be tainted at all by that. I really don't know a ton about the case. I want to know what happens when the prosecutor puts forth the evidence and can they prove it beyond reasonable doubt. That's what we're going to break down during her trial.
I have evidence of Google searches done by Alex Cox around that time.
Okay. Do you have information as to where Alex Cox was at the time of this alleged shooting?
Yes, sir.
You do have evidence of that?
He was at the Daybell residence earlier that day.
I didn't ask you on the day of the Daybell residence, at the time of this shooting. Do you recall when this shooting took place?
I believe it was maybe 8 in the evening, maybe.
Right. And let's clarify this, because the data that you have regarding him being at the residence was much earlier in the day, right?
That's correct.
And you don't have any data that shows that Alex Cox's phone dinged or any other communication device that Alex Cox had was at the location of the house at the time of this paintball incident, do you?
At the time, no, sir.
Okay.
You
And
notice how he calls it the paintball incident and the officer doesn't correct him? He's slipping stuff in there.
so at this point, the information you're talking about is there's some Google searches by Alex Cox, correct?
That's correct.
And the information is that you've decided to not take into consideration Tammy Daybell's own statement about a paintball gun?
Objection, this states his testimony.
Sustained. So what other information are you leaning on to suggest that this was anything but a paintball gun?
And I'm playing this so that when we play the redirect, you understand where the context is, because it's a great answer. It's a great answer on redirect. It's great evidence for the state. That Pryor kind of digs into and doesn't really do a lot for his case here with his line of questioning, but it really gets hammered home again in redirect.
The Google searches performed by Alex Cox talked about shooting through Dodge Dakota.
Okay. And I appreciate that.
So Cox was doing searches on what could shoot through a Dodge Dakota, and guess who has a Dodge Dakota?
And
This idiot.
that would be one of Chad and Tammy Daybell's vehicles, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, were you aware of who was driving the Dodge Dakota at the time that incident took place?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you talk to any of the family members, any of the 4 children about who was actually the driver of this Dodge Dakota that Alex Cox was trying to figure out a way to shoot through?
We attempted to contact those children and they wouldn't speak with us.
Okay, so you don't
Yes.
know whether Chad Daybell or Tammy Daybell were driving that Dodge Dakota, right?
That's correct.
So the reality
The guy
is
on
that,
this chat is
um,
the lawyer you know.
Tammy Daybell was driving the Dodge Dakota. It sounds like Alex Cox had something with Tammy Daybell. Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm not suggesting that. I'm just simply stating what
Wow.
Mr. Cox's Google searches were around the time of that shooting.
Okay, and you're basing those Google searches on your position that you believe this was a shooting, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so if Chad Daybell was driving the Dodge Dakota during this time, and he was the primary driver and maybe the only driver, would that mean then you would be looking at whether Alex Cox was trying to shoot Chad Daybell?
Chad Daybell didn't call in a 911 call and said he was shot at. Tammy Daybell.
Yeah, but Tammy Daybell called it.
Now, that I think is an appropriate line of questioning, saying, well, was he trying to shoot Chad Daybell if he drove that car? Well, Tammy Daybell called in the shooting. I get it. But was the target Chad Daybell? Because that you wouldn't target somebody you're working with, right?
A 911 call about a
Maybe he
paintball
was
gun.
trying. Maybe he did was trying to. Maybe he was trying to shoot him.
Officer,
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
We'll listen to the 911 call.
He does that a lot too. I think he's about to get an objection. But he's like, well, we're going to listen to some other officer talk about this and see what he has to say about it. That's him testifying.
Cannon talk about that, and we'll listen to the 911 call.
Objection, that's not a question.
Well, the question is,
Mr. Pryor, again.
And there he is, just talking right over the judge before the judge can sustain the objection. It is, have some patience with Judge Boyce. I'll just tell you as you're watching this trial, if he seems like he's getting annoyed, because it's really annoying. Lawyers should know this. They've got to chill. they cannot speak over. Not only is it annoying and hard to just keep track of the trial and it's clunky for the jury, but it's also impossible to type out the record for the court report.
And it's disrespectful to the judge.
We'll listen to the 911 call.
Objection, that's not a question.
Well, the question is,
Mr. Pryor, again, you've got to give me an opportunity to roll an objection. It is sustained. Let's just argument. It's not a question. You can ask another question.
So, and also when you annoy the judge with stuff like this, he starts saying, that's argument, that's not a question in front of the jury. Also a bit of a snarky objection. That's objection, that's not a question. As opposed to objection, counsel testifying, things like that.
the shooting and the call that was taking place was in reference to a paintball incident, wasn't it?
Can you repeat the question, sir? I couldn't hear you.
The call that was made regarding this incident was a 911 call about a paintball incident, wasn't it? They used the words paintball in the 911 call.
That's correct.
We'll move on.
All right. And as they move on, we're going to jump past lunch after I hit a couple questions. Puggy said, what kind of lawyer is Peter's dad? He is a criminal defense attorney. He's a former chief assistant U.S. attorney. He was the head of the whole criminal division in the Middle District of Florida. He was an assistant state attorney. Then he's been a private defense attorney for 35 plus years. And he also does some civil litigation as well and some wrongful death. Hens, based on voir dire, it sounded like he will be taking, it didn't sound like he will be taking the stand. Obviously, he can change his mind. Yes. And I'm glad you brought this up because it's also a good point. In criminal trials, criminal defense attorneys almost always make sure the jury knows that if the defendant doesn't take a stand, you can't hold it against them, whether or not they're going to testify. Because it's very rarely a sure thing you know your client's going to testify. Because if you're just killing it, you don't want to call him to take the chance or her. But you always want the jury to know that in voir dire. So it doesn't necessarily mean he's not taking the stand because it does happen a lot, but I don't think he should take the stand in this case. Marine vet. Will you be covering the Slender Der Man trial? I don't know anything about that. So I can't say I will. I don't know. Do you think this will make it harder to convict Daybell? I don't know. Let's watch the trial and we'll talk more about that kind of as it goes. Sandy, can the judge reprimand him for misstating facts? Seems like that would be misleading the jury. So usually not, because there can be a disagreement about facts. The best answer from the judge
I'll be right back.
The jury will rely on their own memory from listening to witnesses, watching videos, looking at documents, looking at pictures, and they are the decider of fact. The lawyers are going to ask questions. So unless they blatantly say something wrong, the judge is not going to reprimand them for these types of questions that may be a difference of opinion on how the facts are presented. Sherry said May 13th for Sarah Boone. I think that got continued. If any of you guys have the hearing video, send it to me. We'll definitely be breaking that down. That's Sue. So Jessica, my dad is a long haul trucker. Awesome. Tom, Peter, another week of epic, insightful content. Can't wait until the April's members only live. Those are fun. Thank you and the chat, Thank you, Tom, so much. Thank you so much, Tom. All right, I'm going to jump ahead to after lunch, and we're going to listen to some more of The Cross.
If you scroll up on October 9th, I believe that evening.
Okay. Go
I believe
ahead.
they're now talking about Alex Cox's Google searches. They talked some about Tammy Daybell's, now Alex Cox, because he's still explaining why he thinks it was a gun and not a paintball gun.
Alex Cox Googles how to make an AR-15 function in cold weather.
Okay.
There's some other Googles if you'd like to go up.
Well, I've got those and we're going to go through those. And we'll have an opportunity to do that, but.
And that was the night Tammy was shot at.
Okay. And he Googled that night, right?
That's correct.
What time of night was that, do you recall?
I have to look at my notes.
Okay. Okay, but he also had a habit of Googling a lot of things, right?
I can't answer that.
Well, you know about the Hannibal Lecter thing, right?
No, sir.
Oh, okay.
You know about the Hannibal Lecter, he said.
searches from Homer J. Maximus. Tactical cutting. October 21. Best tactical cutting, right? See that one?
All right, Mr. Pryor, you have to stay by that microphone or we don't.
Good judge.
So there are some like kind of dead parts in this section, so I am going to skip through them as we go. That's so Jessica, no, it's my fault. I don't know why I read the question like that. I automatically think I missed something when you guys tell me something or something gets starred because I know a lot's going on and you guys, are dug into this stuff and have such good questions. April, I tried to mail you test. So I don't know what I tried to mail you test means, but I mean maybe a test email. I've been waiting for this email and watching my email as I'm watching the Masters in the background today. So if you got anything, feel free to shoot me that email. Bryce, hit that like button. Peter Tragos, the internet's voice of reason. I don't know about that. Some people may disagree with that, but I appreciate you, Bryce. Yes, everybody, please hit that like button if you haven't already.
Sharpening Swords, 22nd, 2019. Sharpening Swords. Knife sharpener, right? Correct. Okay, what was the date of Tammy Daybell's death?
October 19th, 2019.
Okay, so 3 days after Tammy Daybell dies, Alex Cox is still looking at sharpening swords and a block knife sharpener 3 days after Tammy Daybell's death. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. October 23rd. 4 days after Tammy Daybell's died. 15 facts about the Silence of the Lambs you didn't know. All that one?
15 facts about the Silence of the Lambs. So that's the Hannibal Lecter stuff. And I think what he's trying to do is Alex Cox Googles all sorts of weird things and weird times and weapons and violent things. Again, a lot of this is about making Alex Cox look like the bad guy that the jury should blame, not the nice looking ho-hum guy over there sitting in the tie that writes books about some weird stuff that you may not agree with, but it's his deal.
Okay. And that was 4 days after Tammy dies, right?
Sure.
Okay. Now, when you searched, and I believe it was 107, is that the unit that we found all of the knives and the guns?
No,
I
sir.
was going to talk about some different units. One of them being 107, and then like 174, 175. The different numbers he's talking about are different apartment units. When they were searching and talking to everybody, they all lived in these different units.
That was 175.
Okay, 175, that was Lori Vallow's unit then, right?
That was the unit that Lori Vallow lived in, but Alex Cox was on the tenant agreement.
Okay, okay. And your testimony previously, I believe that was a day or so ago, there were a significant number of weapons found, right?
That's correct.
Did you do a check on all of those weapons to see who they belonged to?
I personally did not do a check on all those weapons.
What about the knives or the ammunition? Did you check and see who those belonged to?
I'm not quite sure how to check on who the knives
don't either.
belong to.
I don't either.
Could you check and see who owned the knives? It's like, I don't know how to check to see who owns the knives, but he's trying to put together the unit with the weapons, the guns and the knives. Alex Cox was on that lease. So was Lori Vallow.
I just asked because are you presuming that the owner of those knives and guns and ammunition is Alex Cox?
They were found amongst his belongings, so I do that.
And we talked about this before.
So again, when you're trying to build up that he's the bad guy, I think that's a pretty good way to make it happen. Katie said, I know we can't see you practice on video, but the way you analyze it for us, it is so obvious how good of a litigator you are. Thanks, Peter. Thank you, Katie, so much. You guys are just puffing me up today, and I appreciate it. It's good on a Friday. Take me into the weekend, flying high. I love doing it. It's fun to do. I've also connected with so many people on YouTube and have been able to help them all across the country handle their cases for them. So they get to see what it's like a little bit from the other side. Of course, when bad things happen, nobody calls me when good things happen, unfortunately, but I appreciate this, Katie, very much. April, I meant yesterday. Can you tell me the name again, please? So yes, you can either do lawyeryouknow@gmail.com, or my work one is Peter Tragos, which is PeterTragos @GreekLaw, GreekLaw.com. Azam said 334,000 subs, 500 by the end of the year is a possibility. I don't know about that, Azam. I don't know about that. That'd be a big jump, a big jump. Thank you, Vicky, for gifting some more memberships. A ton of new members today, which is always awesome. I get excited about that.
Before, when I was doing some voir dire and native objection, that a lot of those items were items, the knives and the ammunition were items that you pulled out of bags and displayed for purposes of for lack of a better word, staging them for your photo op, right? Sure. Okay. But again,
And almost like the Alex Murdaugh stuff, it's like we have all these weapon stuff, but those aren't Chad Daybell's.
all of the ammunition, all of the weapons, all of the knives, and the ski mask, that was found in Alex Cox's, at or near Alex Cox's belongings, right? Correct. So yours, I don't want you to speculate, but you're presuming that Alex Cox owned all of those, right? That's correct. There's no indication that that Lori Vallow had several guns and knives and things like that. Is that fair? That's fair. Okay. I want to switch gears a little bit.
All right, we're going to jump ahead a little bit. When he starts talking about the night, and again, these are some really sad facts. It doesn't get too gruesome, but it's kind of
Nobody knows.
what
They're just blaming him.
happened the night that the last time some people saw JJ, and how Alex Cox had him, and basically setting up the lineup and the series of events that definitely makes it look like it was, in fact, Alex Cox. Nina said, Peter, do you think the jury will vote for the death penalty? It barely happens, especially if his children will be testifying for him. So it's interesting that you've already thought he's going to get convicted, which if I had to bet,
I had a feeling they would end up blaming Alex. I mean, he's dead,
there's such brutal, horrible facts that I
kind
can
of the
understand that
scapegoat
they
now, I
why they
guess.
could. But if it's really a
Yeah,
conspiracy that
but they can still find him.
man.
I think they can still
Barkov
find
and
him
everybody else is
guilty.
doing the horrible stuff,
I
can see
hope
why
so,
maybe they would
man.
not
They found
give the
her
death penalty. So I think
guilty,
that is
so
kind of
let's
an
hope.
open question.
I'm
And Bryce, I'm going to play
hopeful the
this one
jurors
first.
will see
That'd
I
be
hate
fucked up
YouTube.
if they don't
Its
find him
autocorrect
guilty.
is awful, and I
He
do
looks
notice that with a
evil.
lot of these
He does. He really
posts
does.
that people have random weird
Good night,
autocorrects. But
Juicy.
I'm going to play this before I play
Thank
your
you.
Love you
live
too.
here.
We love you
Internet
too.
resting fact.
Juicy
Chad
J.
Daybell,
Well,
Ruby
hopefully we see you
Franke,
tomorrow.
Jody
Yeah,
Hildebrand,
we'll be on
Tom
again.
Ballard, all did conferences with the author of Visions of Glory. If you haven't read this, it all ties into this child abuse. The Mormon Church also promotes this author. Wow. That's an interesting connection that I have not heard, Bryce. So thank you. I'll leave this up for other people that might want to check out this book. That's really interesting. I'm going to have to check that out. I need to create more time in the day to be able to read books like this to learn more about this. But thank you for pointing that out. All right, let's listen into, again, how he's really trying to point the finger at Alex Cox.
Part of the investigation, you looked into where JJ Vallow was on the 22nd of September, correct? Correct. And on the evening of the 22nd of September, he was at Lori Vallow's home. That's correct. Okay. And present in that home, staying in that home, were Lori Vallow, correct? Correct. At least on the 22nd, JJ Vallow was there, correct? That's correct. Melanie Gibb was there, correct? Correct. And David Warwick was there. Correct. Okay. And on that evening, they were conducting some sort of a religious podcast, the three of them, correct? Yes, sir. And the allegation is that JJ was acting up and went into the pair of Alex Cox. Correct. And then Alex took JJ into a separate apartment, correct? On which day? On the 22nd?
He took him to apartment 107.
Right.
which is a different apartment. So that's kind of interesting again, that they're getting this timeline. And again, it really sounds like pointing finger at Alex Cox is good and it may be working, but don't forget the state knows it and is also pointing the finger at him and is going to connect it to Chad Daybell. Katie, I wanted to echo this
That's strange.
because you're right. And that's why it's such a great place to discuss this stuff and work through this stuff together. And we really can learn. And it's saying anything is like enjoyable about the cases that we talk about. It always feels wrong. But I do enjoy learning and I enjoy talking about this stuff and learning from you guys and being able to discuss stuff that I live in and work on and try to perfect my craft with continuing education and watching trials and handling trials and cases. So I really appreciate everybody's input as well.
Department or whoever was on the lease for them, right? Okay. And then the last time that anybody saw JJ was later that evening, is that fair?
Yes.
And that was when Alex Cox was carrying JJ Vallow into the apartment of Maury, David, and Melanie Gibb, right?
Correct.
We were all staying there together, correct?
That's correct.
And then somewhere at that point, whether it was at that point or subsequent to that evening, or that evening, that's when you believe that JJ Vallow was murdered.
That's correct.
Okay.
It's a pretty good timeline pointing the finger at Alex Cox, right? JJ's acting up. He takes him, goes into another apartment, kind of the last time people have seen him. And then not long after, he's gone. Laura, Peter, why is the video so minimalized? It's like they want us to lose internet or lose interest in watching this trial. It just seems this is all intentional. Thank you, Peter. Laura, I don't think you're far off. And it's the same reason why it was just audio released the next day in the Lori Vallow trial. I don't think they want media attention. But I do got to give Judge Boyce credit where credit's due. And he's an example when I talk about this, to other lawyers and other groups, when how all these cameras and stuff is affecting the courtroom and trials. He made the decision based on each individual trial. He pointed out the differences between the Lori Vallow case and the Chad Daybell case. Now he's allowing cameras in Chad Daybell's case and not allowing them in Lori Vallow's case and the different reasons. So at least there are cameras. At least we are allowed to watch it real time. John, I agree with you. It's brutally slow, but I'm doing my best so that people can understand it. We are not going to watch every video in this case on normal speed.
But the next morning, there were 3 people in the apartment at that time early in the morning, correct?
Jackson Foundation.
Well, do you know who was in the apartment early that morning on the 23rd?
Prior.
Once again, he just doesn't let the judge rule on an objection.
There's an objection. I think sustained.
Do you have any knowledge of who was in the apartment on the 23rd of September, the morning of 2019?
Yes.
And who was there?
David Warwick, Melanie Gibb, and Maury Vallow.
Okay. And at that point, you believe that JJ Vallow was already dead?
I can't testify to the time, but I believe he was killed.
Okay. But then within 2 hours later of that morning, you believe that he was buried on Chad Daybell's property. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. You had an occasion to talk with Melanie Gibb and David Warwick. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, you did it a couple of times, if I recall. One by phone, right? With Melanie Gibb?
Correct.
And that wasn't recorded, was it?
It was recorded.
It was recorded?
With her attorney?
No. No, I'm talking about a regular phone call with Melanie Gibb, without an attorney.
I don't remember a phone call.
Okay, all right, we're gonna revisit that maybe at another date, but that's fine. But you also went down to Provo, Utah. And I'm going off of memory, but it was Provo, Utah on the 4th of June of 2020, is that right?
Sure.
Now, at that point, you were interviewing both David Warwick and Melanie Gibb about information they had about these allegations, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And who else was there?
Myself, Lieutenant Ball, Prosecutor Wood.
Okay, so the prosecuting attorney, Mr. Wood, right there. And a lieutenant that you work with and yourself drove down to Provo, Utah.
Correct.
And was there anybody from any local law enforcement there as well? Okay, now there was an effort to record that conversation, is that right?
Yes, it was recorded.
Okay, was the entire thing recorded?
I believe,
Does that sound about the length of what, would it be helpful if you were able to listen to that recording and view that recording to refresh your recollection?
refresh my recollection,
Like about the length of time that recording was?
it should have been longer than 22 minutes. They're longer than 22 minutes.
How long were you there?
Roughly, say about an hour maybe.
Okay. Is that right?
That's correct.
Would it surprise you to learn that, well, you don't know exactly how long that interview took place, right?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you the exact time.
And you don't know the length of the recording itself, is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, and in order to determine that, it would be helpful for you to refresh your recollection by listening to the interview, and it would be able to answer those questions for you. Is that fair?
That's fair. Your Honor, I'm going to object beyond the scope.
We're way beyond the scope of your red counsel, if also the officer's going to review that, and I permitted, of course, it's not going to be the presence of the jury.
So he basically what they're arguing about is this interview and whether or not he's going to look into it further and try to make sure that it is the way he wants it to be, and he wants to ask questions, but the prosecutor objects and says that that's outside the scope of his direct. But earlier on, Pryor was like, I subpoenaed you, you're going to show up, I'm working with you, I'm being such a nice guy. They objected to relevance, which is correct. And he keeps saying stuff like, well, I'll just ask you when I bring you back. I'm going to bring you back. And it almost sounds like a threat or a promise or whatever. And it may seem like a waste of time. And it may seem like, why the heck is this prosecutor even objecting if we know that all he has to do is bring him back when he calls him? Well, when he calls him in his case in chief, number one, is he going to remember all this? Because once they get on a roll, sometimes lawyers do better. But number two, he can't cross-examine him. He can't ask leading questions. He can't put facts in his questions and say correct, like he's done so much on this cross-examination. It's a lot harder to direct somebody. But
Yeah,
if
that's
the witness is
true.
kind of
That's
arguing with
very
him,
true.
it is possible the judge will let him treat him as a hostile witness or an adverse witness, and then you can start cross-examining the witness. A lead investigator, usually the opposing party, is something that happens with if you call him in your case in chief in a civil case. But the lead investigator probably would fall on that list if he is being difficult during the direct examination. So maybe he will be able to ask leading questions, and then it could be a waste of time, and maybe he shouldn't be making these kinds of objections, but he is, and I get why he is. We got to protect the record, make sure things are done the right way. We're only going to listen to about 2 minutes more of the cross, and then we're going to get to the redirect.
So also saying the objection on the scope.
Judge, are you talking about beyond the scope of direct examination?
Yes.
Okay, then officer, we'll revisit that at another time, okay? And we'll leave that for another opportunity when I call you back. Now, on the day that J.J. Vallow was found on June 9th, okay? The pictures and the testimony you showed suggested that he was wearing red pajamas and some Skechers socks. Is that right? That's right. Okay. Do you have a recollection of what J.J. Vallow was wearing based on your investigation when he was carried by Alex Cox from Alex Cox's apartment to the upstairs of Lori Vallow's apartment?
Objection, this calls for hearsay.
It doesn't necessarily call for hearsays, wondering what he observed him wearing, so
Yes.
that's how we're going on that.
Tell me if you know the answer.
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. Do you know whether or not JJ Vallow was wearing red pajamas when he was carried upstairs by Alex Cox?
Sir, I don't know the answer to that
Okay.
question.
And Judge, I think at this point, I'm gonna save the rest of my questioning for when I call the officer back in my case in chief. That's okay.
So again, he lets the judge and the jury know that he's planning on doing that. But I would expect John Pryor is setting up other people to testify to the similar clothing that was worn, and again, continue to point the finger back at Alex Cox. Helen, the Scottish llama, said, "I'm another one who really likes Nate Eaton in East Idaho News." Me too. He does a great job covering this case. I would say the best. And the information is good. It's not over sensationalized. I appreciate his kind of updates on Twitter as it's going on if I can't watch everything. So I think he does a really great job. I encourage everybody to follow Nate for this case as well. Nina, can you explain your relationship with John O? So it's funny, people do get confused. There's lots of Johns. There's 2 or 3 Johns that are very prevalent in the chat. I was going to say loud, but people might take that negatively. I'm very loud, so I think of it as a positive. And they're awesome. But John Nizer is also the guy working behind the scenes. He's been on some members only lives. So some people confuse when I talk about John Nizer, who's been my best friend through high school, college, roommate, and so on, and now works with me on the channel, and John O'Rourke and some of the other Johns that we often talk to in the chat. Christy said, "Hi, just joined. How long do they expect this trial to last?" I think 8 to 10 weeks. So it's going to be a long one. We're definitely not doing daily updates on this one. But as you guys have questions, as you see a clip that's like, what the heck happened here? Why is this happening? Why is the lawyer doing this? Why is the judge doing this? Please send it to me, and I will make sure to break it down. And you guys can help me navigate what the most important parts are for you, because I feel like we've already heard a lot of this evidence before with the Lori Vallow case. That's why I'm going to focus more on Chad Daybell's defense and John Pryor. But we're going to follow it together and make sure we cover this case, give it the coverage that it deserves, and hopefully justice for the victims in the end, if in fact the state does prove Chad Daybell was involved. Okay, now we're going to get to the redirect where we talked about before how a lot of the cross opened up the opportunity for the state to dive in and get some really good answers from this officer that make Chad Daybell look pretty bad.
That's to your target. That was the night before. The morning of the shooting, Alex was on Mr. Daybell's property. We have him driving up and down the road of Mr. Daybell's property.
There are multiple days they have connections with Alex Cox at Daybell's property where the kids were found. And again, they're putting these connections like, go ahead, John Pryor, knock yourself out, pointing the finger at Alex Cox, because we're going to be able to show how Alex Cox and Chad Daybell are together. By the way, we just did something because of all the new members. Have a little fun, something we weren't going to do Friday right after this video. So stick around for the end of this video, and we've got something cool to talk about.
Later that evening into the early morning hours of October 10th is when he Googled how to make your AR-15 function in cold weather. So that's why we believe that it wasn't just a paintball gun. We believe that Alex Cox was there to shoot Tammy Daybell.
I'm gonna have you look at this timeline.
As far as you're aware, these dates are accurate, correct?
I'm sorry.
As far as you're aware, these, pursuant to your investigation, these dates are accurate, correct?
That's correct.
Did the fact that Tammy Daybell died 10 days after that incident have any bearing on whether or not you believe it was paintball?
Yes.
Did the fact that Chad Daybell got married 17 days later have any bearing on your belief whether or not it was a paintball gun?
Yes.
I don't really know why these things have a bearing on the belief whether or not it's a paintball gun, but it certainly is connecting all the dots to Chad Daybell as well. And these are leading questions, and Pryor's not objecting. He's objected a lot. I'm not sure why he's not objecting to these, because the prosecutor Wood is definitely putting the answers in his questions.
The fact that there were 2 children buried on Chad Daybell's property have any bearing on whether or not you believe it was a paintball gun?
Yes.
Did the fact that Lori Vallow's husband died within months of these other deaths have any bearing on your belief of whether or not it was a paintball gun? Finally, we get the fact that Brandon Boudreaux was shot at on October 2nd, 2019, have any bearing on your belief of whether or not it was a paintball gun?
Yes.
And it's your belief that Alex Cox was tied to these events, correct?
That's correct.
And because you were asked about your beliefs, was it your belief that Chad Daybell was tied to these events?
Yes.
And because you were asked about your beliefs, and we just went over your beliefs on Alex Cox, let's get into for the next couple minutes on whether or not you believe Chad Daybell is also connected to these events. Here we go.
And because
Sometimes you can't get into the officer's beliefs, what he saw, what he heard, but like his beliefs, and if he think that somebody's the bad guy, sometimes you can keep that out, because what the officer thinks is not necessarily relevant.
you were asked about your beliefs, was it your belief that Chad Daybell was tied to these events?
Yes.
Why?
Based on our investigation, the lies that we've been told, the fact that we tried to get a hold of the kid's mother, Lori Bello, kid's stepfather, Chad Daybell, their uncle, Alex Cox. We weren't able to get a hold of anybody. We were left in the dark. Based on all those events, that's what our beliefs were as a collectively.
Your investigation, you know when Alex Cox died?
December 12th, 2019.
At any time after Alex Cox died, did Mr. Daybell call the Rexford police to report that there might be dead children located on his property? Did he call the Rexford police with any concerns that perhaps his wife had been harmed by someone?
No, we didn't.
It's really weird, right? Chad Daybell, if he didn't have anything to do with this and didn't know, and all this was happening on his property to all these people that he knew and loved, but he wasn't reporting any of the other details, that it would have been pretty hard for him to miss if all this was happening under his nose.
Did he call the Rexford police before Alex Cox died to say he might be in danger?
Judge, we're going beyond the scope. I ask that I do an opportunity for revisit this.
I'm gonna sustain that objection.
Okay. Again, so the first time you met Chad Daybell, what was the first thing you asked him? When you had an opportunity to speak with him? This is a response to the cross.
I asked him when the last time he saw JJ Bell
And what did he answer?
in October in apartment 107 with Lori Bello.
And you asked for Lori Bell's phone number.
I did.
Response.
Judge, this has been asked to answer.
This is a response to the cross.
Overruled.
His response was he didn't know her cell phone.
So he lied, or he went and got it and found it and ended up giving it to him about a minute later. Okay, so they're definitely going to, and I want to show a little redirect so it wasn't just all John Pryor and Chad Daybell's case, so that everybody can understand. They are absolutely connecting the dots, piling the evidence on Chad Daybell and his involvement with Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. So while the defense may be making headway and showing Alex Cox and Lori Vallow's connection and wrongdoing, and that they are bad guys here and they are people that did things that are wrong and should be punished, they're proving it's a group. It's not just one, it's not just two of them.
Wild.
Involved as well. And you can see how it's a little too convenient if Chad Daybell's not involved. That's kind of what they're trying to prove as they go. And it's still very early on with this witness in just day 2 of a very long trial. April said, I put you a message on the Bird site. This won't let me use certain words. Tried mail 3 times. That's so weird. Okay, I will check that out, April. Rachel Ann said the Catholic Church doesn't support child abuse either, but like the LDS and just about every religion, bad actors can enable abusers. Every religion has dealt with issues like this, but maybe smaller scale. Yeah, I agree. And again, for anybody that's new, we've had this conversation a lot of times. A lot of good things can be turned bad. A lot of good things can be corrupted and poisoned. People abuse power. Religion is a way that people abuse power. I don't think that it's limited to any one religion or any one sect or different part of the religion. So if anything I said made it sound like that, or that it was just Mormons or the LDS Church or anything like that, it's not exactly, or not at all, how I feel, because we've covered cases that other religions have been corrupted, or even religions created that have created problems and things that nobody would be okay with, that nobody would think was appropriate, that nobody would condone, whether with kids or adults. So I do think it's really important to point that out, and I appreciate everybody in the chat that has been doing that. So they're going to continue to fight this case. No trial today, and with an 8 to 10 week trial, unlike other trials, if it's a 1 week trial or even a 2 week trial, they don't like to waste any time. They don't like to waste an afternoon, a morning, a day, an hour. But when it's 8 to 10 weeks and you have this all blocked and everybody's kind of ready to go, sometimes there will be day breaks in between. They'll handle other things. The judge will handle some of his other cases. The lawyers will be able to go handle their other caseloads, although they're all focusing on this case, of course. But we got a lot of stuff coming up. I'm going to check out Sarah Boone's hearing that she had today. I think the trial got continued. We're going to keep an eye on the Karen Reed trial when that one starts, of course. And James Crumbly. This was the special edition that we've just added on to the end of this video. We are going to redirect you in about 5 minutes to the James Crumbly video that I recorded earlier today, that are clips from his actual jail phone calls, the threats that he made to the county prosecutor, Karen McDonald, and they are pretty horrible. I was surprised at kind of how he went at her in these comments. We knew he's angry. We knew he doesn't like her. We get it. We understand criminal defendants say certain things and believe certain things. And I kind of differentiate what's on the normal or appropriate side for angry criminal defendants to say against the person they think is wrongfully accusing them. And then I also say, this is definitely going too far and potentially some crimes attached. My dad and I have handled some cases together as well, where certain allegations or threats have been made to public officials that can create issues of potential charges coming at defendants. So that's always an interesting discussion as well. So we have that on the video as well. So yeah, have your autoplay turned on. There's like a little play button you can push that'll automatically redirect you to that video. If it doesn't work, go ahead and go over to our YouTube page and click that video for James Crumbly's jail calls and those threats, so that we can watch those together. And I want to hear what your responses and thoughts are. Honestly, it's only 4 minutes of his jail calls, but they're action-packed with a lot of bleeps. So we'll watch and listen to that together. I really appreciate you guys so much for joining me, even on a Friday afternoon when the Masters are on. I'm going to be checking those out more tonight, watching a lot of the replays. So I appreciate you guys as always. Make sure you hit that like button if you haven't already. There's over 5,000 in the chat. Let's get to 5,000 likes. Emily, welcome to you and all the new members. Kathy said, Peter, the L is not straight behind you. And now that I'm looking at it, I noticed that. I will try to fix that right after this. All right. That's all I got for this one. Until next time, I'm out of here. Thanks for watching another episode of The Lawyer You Know. If you enjoyed the episode, please hit the thumbs up and share with your friends who may be interested here on YouTube. And don't forget to subscribe. You can also follow us on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and TikTok. And don't forget to check out the Lawyer You Know podcast, with new seasons dropping every quarter. If you have a case you want to talk to us about, if it's a personal injury case, wrongful death, catastrophic injury, car accident, or slip and fall case, please email us at lawyeryouknow@gmail.com. And of course, all these links I just mentioned are included in the description below on this episode and every episode. So until next time, this is Peter Tragos, The Lawyer You Know.
And I have, also, you have Mr. Edelman, Dr. Edelman here today?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay. Great. So I think what we're doing today is just a continuation about the questions, particularly on the surveys, and where we go from here. I did
drop off a sealed exhibit, right? Anything to say about this?
Yes, Your Honor. That sealed exhibit goes with one of our discovery requests, that the exhibit that outlines what we're requesting has to be under seal, and so or a copy was hand delivered to the state. It is not up for discussion today.
Okay, great, thank you. One other thing to just, tie up is the order unsealing the state's motion for order prohibiting contact with, prospective jurors. There was a discussion between both of you about redacting a particular sentence maybe last time, and so that we were going to take care of that.
I didn't, Ms. Taylor indicated that there was a sentence she thought we might want to consider redacting. I haven't heard back on that, and I know that she's been busy on other things since the 6th.
Just talk to each other for a second.
I understand the microphones in the courtroom are very sensitive. Perhaps we should do this after court today and go ahead and do the testimony of Dr. Edelman first. I'd be happy to talk to the state afterwards.
Right. All right, so is that where we're starting now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Actually, Judge, I think we need to discuss some preliminary matters first.
Okay, go ahead.
As Your Honor indicated just a moment ago, this is a continuation of where we were on the 6th. And the issues on the 6th and the issues that we have here today is first, whether there was a violation of the non-dissemination order. And if so, where do we go forward from that point? And I think it was clear from our discussions on the 6th that the fact-specific questions did violate the order. I realize that the defense would like to proceed with those questions. That's perhaps an issue for today. But I just wanted to define what we're looking at today, because about 10:45 this morning, we got what was up on the screen there, a PowerPoint that apparently Mr. Edelman prepared. And as I understand, I don't think Ms. Taylor got it until sometime this morning herself. That's the information that I was given. And we have concerns because a large part of this PowerPoint deals with the issue of a change of venue itself, which is we are not prepared to address. It is not before the court at this time. It is premature. And I don't think that it should be part of this record as we proceed forward today. And so the state took a copy of preparing a printout of the PowerPoint. It doesn't take long to look through it. Perhaps the court might want to take a look at that before we proceed, at least with eliciting things from the PowerPoint. And I realize it's last minute, but the last time that we presented something to the court in advance, Ms. Taylor complained profusely. And I realized it was only 10:45 when we got this today. And so we just figured we would raise it with you now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Thompson. Ms. Taylor?
Your Honor, I would disagree with counsel that the court made a determination that we violated the non-dissemination order. In my mind, that issue is very ripe for the court today, as is where do we go from here with the survey? Dr. Edelman has made himself available in court to explain the survey, the process of the survey, why it works, how long it's been used, how widely it's used, and what it doesn't do, and what it does do to present the court with some options to make a decision where we go from here. Whether the court decides we violated the non-dissemination order or not is up for discussion, and we're prepared to further argue that, but we think you need to hear the testimony first. As far as this PowerPoint, I had access to Dr. Edelman yesterday afternoon, and we worked on it late. I didn't have a final copy to give to the state until this morning. So they have it. We are not arguing venue now. We're talking about survey and how that relates to our change of venue motion. We know we're arguing the venue change later, but we have work that we still need to do. And that's where we are today, and would ask to present our PowerPoint and present our testimony with Dr. Edelman as we've prepared to do.
Okay. Yeah, so
Actually, Your Honor, Ms. Taylor still has a copy of the PowerPoint that I made available to the court.
okay, so seems like this happens to me in this case that there's an argument about whether I should go ahead on something or provide some information that I don't see yet. So I feel like sometimes I'm making decisions that are, I'm in the blind here. So I'm gonna look this over. Any problem with that, Ms.
Well,
Taylor?
Judge, give me just 1 second. Your Honor, the purpose of the PowerPoint is to inform the court about the questions in the survey and the purpose of them. I can tell the court that showing up every time we want to have a hearing and have to fight to have the actual hearing is something I haven't experienced before either. There is nothing in that PowerPoint that the court can't hear today when making the decision about where do we go from here and did I violate the non-dissemination order. There's just nothing wrong with the process that we're doing here, and you're continually being asked to say there's something wrong with what we're doing. We're 10 after 4. I have a witness who's traveled here today, and we're ready to go.
All right, Your Honor, just to clarify, as we made clear last time we report, we are not saying Ms. Taylor herself violated the non-dissemination rule. We're saying that the people who prepared the survey and disseminated the survey and called citizens of Latah County with those fact-specific loaded questions violated the non-dissemination order, and they are agents of the defense. So I don't want this to become personal between Ms. Taylor and myself. We are not alleging Ms. Taylor has done anything wrong. We are dealing with reality that this survey was conducted on, as we understand it, 400, I'll say, innocent citizens of Latah County who were force-fed information that they may or may not have had about this case before they were called by the survey takers. And they are loaded questions. Some of the questions are factually wrong. They simply aren't true. That's what we're here about.
And that's what we're prepared to address, Your Honor. That's why we have a witness here. And if there's violation of the non-dissemination order, it's me. I'm the one that's bound by it. And the court just needs to hear about this process instead of hearing the conclusion that the state wants the court to reach.
Number one, I'm past that. I'm not gonna violate you. I mean, this was a communication problem with Dr. Edelman not getting the order. One of the things I think that maybe need to clear up, not for counsel, but maybe the public, is that one of the terms in that, and this is in the ethics, right, is what is the public record? Public record is not traditional media. It's not social media. It's not what anyone might say in public. Okay, that's the problem that we're kind of balancing here, because the public record is case that is available to the public in this case. I mean, I think we can all agree with that. No?
No.
You think the public record is whatever the media pumps out?
Your Honor, I think it's what's in the public, and what's in the public is derived from the affidavit that supported probable cause to arrest Brian Kohberger. That's the first document that the court finds in the whole cases of interest on Idaho State Supreme Court's website. That document has a ton of information in it that relate to the questions in the survey for the case-specific questions. So that document became public record, and that was spread far and wide all over the place and reported and interpreted repeatedly. That's the public record. That's where the questions came from. There's no violation of the non-dissemination order if that's what we're going to talk about today, but I think the court should hear from our witness and understand a little bit more about this survey process.
I'm very interested in that. I told you last time that I'm interested in what he has to say about this, but so you're saying that the public record though comes out of the case, right? That's public.
I'm saying in this case, that's exactly what happened, Judge. I don't want to argue the finer points of what's in the media, but I'm saying in this case, that's exactly what happened. that affidavit's there, and this court knows we have a ton of things that are filed under seal and more things that are not filed under seal. But that affidavit that began this case has been shared far and wide, and media stories have generated. When you understand how Dr. Edelman does his work to determine if a survey even needs to happen, you'll know where the information came from.
Okay, so I'm understanding, okay, the initial probable cause affidavit is part of the public record. And you're saying, well, that got spread, okay, by the media, as you would accept. And that's something that could be concerned. So what I think Mr. Thompson is talking about, though, is information or questions that were not. And so what I'm nervous about this is I don't want to continue to spread things out that shouldn't be spread. And so I don't know what's in the slides, but if there's information in the slides that are not in the public record, that really have not been disseminated generally, then I mean, I don't really want to spread it. None of us want to spread it more than necessary.
Well, last week in court, that was right inside the courtroom. That all became part of the public record. The 9 questions were stated repeatedly in different formats by Mr. Thompson. That's part of the public record. We've been accused of violating the non-dissemination order. Dr. Edelman's reputation has been impugned by what was stated about him repeatedly. Those questions are fair game. But having this hearing and allowing our expert to talk about this process, that's not the problem. The problem with the media happened a long time ago, and it started with sharing of the affidavit far and wide.
I understand that. I'm pulled in 2 different directions right now because I'm trying to protect your client at the same time. So if we keep talking about this, what is not true, okay? I mean, I guess we can just say, well, it's not true on some of these questions. Maybe that helps to reduce bias, but if we don't make that clear, then it could increase bias. I think. I don't know, tell me, maybe
Well,
I'll hear this from the expert.
I'm going to say it like this. Mr. Kohlberger's my client, and his rights are of the utmost importance to me. Him being treated fair, his presumption of innocence, him having an impartial jury, those are important things to me, as is his right to counsel. I am not standing up here saying, let me tell you about this survey. Let me finish this survey to hurt him. I'm saying there is pervasive media coverage in this case. It's prejudicial media coverage. We've conducted a survey in Latah County. That survey is going to show bias and that you shouldn't have a trial in this county. What I'm trying to do is say, do you want me to give you information about another place where maybe the bias isn't so great, where maybe Mr. Kohlberger can have a fair trial? I'm his advocate. I want to help him. I believe in his innocence. I'm not going to stand in this courtroom and do anything wrong to him at all. I need you to hear the information so you can make a decision, to have the surveys, to have the information when we come back here for change of venue and make a decision on all of them. Right now, if we come in and do our change of venue, we're going to say we can't have this jury in Latah County, but I can't tell you another place that will protect him better. And that's what I want to do.
Any response, Mr. Thompson?
We aren't here to argue about venue today. We aren't here to argue about what this particular survey with the loaded questions, fact-loaded questions, may have produced from Latah County residents. As we mentioned last week, the structure of those questions assumes that every person that is called has heard all of the media in this case. And we know that that just simply isn't true. So for those citizens in this county who have not heard all of the rumors, who have not been following the media, who haven't inspected the court record, who are essentially ignorant of facts in this case, well, that's just been jaundiced by the questions that were asked. They have now been force-fed facts, some of which are not true, some of which would not be offered in court, and in fact, probably wouldn't be admissible in court, to somebody who may never have heard them before. That's the state's concern about the way this thing's put together. And the arguments from the defense seem to be completely ignoring that point. That there are people out there who don't know all the things that they were being asked. And by asking specific questions, we were inoculating them with information that they didn't have before about this case that could affect the ability to sit as jurors. Which is simply irresponsible. It doesn't make sense.
This is one of the things that I was thinking about is maybe we can elaborate by saying you can't rely on any of this information. It's not established by evidence. It's not been provided in court. But to just send a message out to be clear that these questions have nothing to do with guilt or innocence or truth.
That's not what was done, Judge.
I know. We have to fix this in some way.
Yes, sir.
That's what you said last time. And so I just want to help the public understand that this is not the trial.
Your Honor,
Yes.
this Rafe, we may never get to trial. We know this isn't the trial. We brought Dr. Edelman to talk about the process, which will answer the state's concerns about this process. He hasn't even had a chance to tell you how this is constructed. He's the one that's the doctor of this kind of work. He's the one that's the professional. He's the one that knows how to do this. He's the one that spent his career understanding surveys and how to construct this. You need to hear from him. Going back and forth between what Bill thinks and what I think doesn't matter. What matters is you hearing from the expert to make a decision. He's here, he's ready to testify. We're 20 minutes into this hearing, and he hasn't been allowed to take a stand yet. He came to inform the court about this process.
So there's no question I'm going to let him. I just want to think about what's in this. I don't know, but it's you're comfortable having this come out into the public.
Yes, after last week's hearing, absolutely.
Okay, and you looked at it, Mr.
We
Thomas.
have concerns, Judge.
Alarm me.
Well, part of what's in there is a part of the survey study being published now, if this comes to the public, without any comparison to anything else. And it's the product of these loaded questions. It takes us back to the fundamental issue of how this survey was conducted and the assumption that the people who were being called already knew all this stuff. And so it didn't hurt to specifically ask them, have you heard about such and such and such, the specific item? Well, if they hadn't heard about it before, they sure as heck have heard about it now. That's the core concern that led us to this in the first place. We don't dispute the defense doing a survey. I said that last week. Please do a survey, but don't go around screwing with the knowledge that prospective jurors have or may not have. That's our concern. And, Your Honor, when we parted ways last week, the court said, Ms. Taylor, talk with Mr. Edelman and see what the options are. Well, my understanding from the email I received day before yesterday is the survey cannot be changed. That was from Ms. Taylor reporting what Dr. Edelman said. I interpret that as they don't want to change it. Anything can be done, but that's where we're left. I would have been happy to engage in discussion with defense about maybe some middle ground, but the line's been drawn black and white. I am concerned about the specific things that relate to venue, partial survey results that are in this PowerPoint. I believe it is premature for them to come out now. The rest of it is fine. Let's bring it out so that you have whatever information you want. You can give it the weight that you decide. I just didn't want to let this willy-nilly come into the public record in a half-baked fashion.
I have lots of concerns. We're not left with this, because I have to make a decision about several things.
Yes, sir.
And so in order for me to have the most informed, decision, I need the information. So we're just gonna go ahead. All right?
Thank you.
And you can show your slides, and if something is concerning, we can talk about it along with it. All right? So, are you ready to call your witness? I think you are.
I am. I'm ready to call Dr. Brian Edelman.
Okay, Dr. Edelman, if you could please come forward, face the clerk, raise your right hand. There you go.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
All right, thank you, sir. If you could please, take your seat there. And then once you're comfortable, please state your name and spell your last.
It's Brian Edelman, BRYAN EDELMAN.
Thank you. Ms.
Thank you.
Taylor.
Good afternoon, Dr. Edelman.
Good afternoon.
What do you do for a living?
I work as a trial consultant, and also I do quite a bit of work as an expert witness in the field of pretrial publicity and change events.
Are those two separate roles?
Yes, they are.
What do you do when you're a trial consultant?
So as a trial consultant, you're an advocate for your client. You do mock trials, focus groups, to really try to develop a trial strategy, a trial story for your side, and cultivate that for the audience, the jury. We also do jury selection. I assist with writing voir dire questions, juror questionnaires, help ferret out bias during voir dire, recommend cause challenges and how we use peremptories, do post-trial interviews. I do jury-related research, present my findings at conferences, bar associations, law firms, and so on.
When you work as an expert in the field of change of venue, does that differ from your work as a trial consultant?
Absolutely.
How so?
Well, as I mentioned, as a trial consultant, you're retained to be an advocate. As an expert, you are retained to be an objective expert, which means I'm not advocating for either side. I do not advocate for the defense. I do not advocate for the prosecution. My role is to collect information using standard methods that have been widely accepted in the field, and then present the findings to the court so they can make a well-informed decision on whether or not any remedial measures are necessary. So there are times where my findings support what remedial measures, like a change of venue, and there are times they don't. And when they don't, I recommend against a change of venue, whatever the data supports where I go.
I want to understand a little bit about your educational background that allows you to do that work. How were you educated?
I'm sorry?
How were you educated? What degree?
Secondary schooler.
We can skip to college.
Yeah. So I have a bachelor's degree in psychology from Florida State University. From there, I attended the University of Nevada in Reno, where I studied social psychology. My particular interest was in the application of social psychology in the field of the legal arena. So I was really interested in juror decision-making, jury decision-making, group dynamics, how people process information and evidence, the impact on pretrial publicity, pre-existing attitudes, and that sort of thing. The school I went to really focused on that area. That's where the National Judicial College is, the Grant Sawyer Center for Justice Studies, and several professors in that field. So I conducted research at the Grant Sawyer Center for Justice Studies. I helped run a program through the Department of State that brought in judges and attorneys to the United States, where they would travel around the country to meet with people in their field. So I worked with the National Judicial College in that regard as well. And then from there, when I finished my PhD, I got a Rotary Scholarship to study in the United Kingdom, where I got an LLM in international humanitarian law, which I do not use.
During the course of your career, have you been published?
I have. I've been published in this area of survey methodology. My research was on the death penalty, so I have a book published on the death penalty. I am the co-editor in California. There's something called the CEB, the Continuing Education of the Bar, and there's a criminal procedure book that comes out every year. It's kind of like the Bible for criminal procedure, and I'm a co-editor on the chapter on change of venue. I was also on the committee for the American Society of Trial Consultants that publishes professional guidelines for writing change of venue surveys. So I'm on that. And I've also done research on, one of the questions is always, well, why can't we just pick a jury in a high profile case? So I've done research on the use of the set aside question. So if people have been inundated with a lot of prejudicial media coverage, how do they respond to that set aside question? Do we see, for example, if somebody's been exposed to a lot of prejudicial coverage, you'd expect them to say, I cannot be fair and impartial, I know too much. And so we were looking at research on that as well. And then last thing I promise is, I've also done research on what's called minimization language. So when you ask people an open-ended question on a juror questionnaire or in voir dire in a high-profile case, this is the only standard question, what have you read, seen, or heard about this case? That's the open-ended question. And people minimize what they know. That's something Dr. Ed Bronson came up with because he had noticed it. And that's like using language such as, I only recall what was in the paper, or I just followed it. I just remember it was on the news. And they don't really elicit a lot of information. It's minimized knowledge. So did research on that.
That's been part of your research?
Yes.
When you work as an expert if you're hired as an expert to work on a change of view issue, and I think you told us how your work is different than when you're a trial consultant. Can you tell me how you start in that role as an expert for change of venue?
Yeah. So first of all, I've been doing this for about 15 years, I'd say, as an expert witness on this area.
On change of venue
On change of
specifically? Okay. And to do with surveys, just to be clear?
Yes. From some it's surveys, other times it's post-conviction, and once again, I've done federal cases, state cases, multiple states, including Idaho. But the way I learned was from Dr. Ed Bronson, who was kind of the pioneer in the field. He worked on cases like the Oklahoma City bombing case and a host of other prominent ones, Boston Marathon, a bunch of them. So he was kind of my mentor in this area. And there's a 3-stage process. So the first phase is collecting the media coverage. Is really the question is initially, is there extensive coverage and is there prejudicial coverage? So I collect the coverage and assess the nature of that coverage. Does it include inflammatory language? Does it include inadmissible or misinformation? Now, just because it's not true does not mean people don't see it, and it does not mean that they don't develop opinions based on that information. So it's very important. In fact, some of that stuff is the most prejudicial stuff that there can possibly be. For example, if there is a prior conviction and then the conviction's thrown out, well, that's pretty prejudicial for the new trial. Not admissible, but very prejudicial. So I'm looking for information like that. I'm looking for references to prior records. Maybe they're victim impact statements where the victims' families may be suggesting what the outcome should be. That could be prejudicial. How did the community respond? Are there candlelight vigils? Are there, GoFundMe efforts going on? The status of the victim, is it focusing on that? So there's a gambit of things that we look at. Sometimes there's political elements that are important in high-profile cases because it might be that a politician's involved. So it just depends on the case. So the first thing is assessing the nature of the publicity. Now, if there's not a lot of extensive pretrial publicity and it's not prejudicial, it stops there. And that's happened where there's coverage, but it's very superficial. It's very neutral. There's not a lot of detail. There's nothing particularly impactful. Maybe it's focused primarily on just the victim or something like that. However, there are other cases where there is extensive pretrial publicity, and then I would recommend phase 2, which is a community attitude survey. Because just because there's prejudicial coverage does not mean it had an impact on the jury pool. And that is the question that matters most. What impact has the prejudicial media coverage had on the jury pool? I don't really care if it's correct information, it came from social media, it came from the news, it had an impact on the jury pool. That's what matters, because they develop opinions and attitudes. And it doesn't make a difference if that fact is true or false, they still develop an opinion and an attitude about the defendant, about the evidence and perceptions of guilt. All of that is what I'm looking at. So I want to see if the media coverage has had an impact. And that's why we do a community attitude survey. And then depending on the results of the survey, there's not enough evidence there to suggest that anything is required. It could be remedial measures such as individual sequestered blood deer. Maybe that's appropriate in some cases, all the way to the extreme case where it might be a change of venue.
I want to understand a little bit about the source of media you review to do your work. Can you tell me what you take a look at?
I always take a conservative.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I need to object. This PowerPoint is being played for everybody with no foundation. It's not an exhibit. I think that's improper. I mean, I'm trying to listen to Dr. Edelman's testimony, and I keep seeing slides changing in front of me over here, and I don't think that's appropriate.
Well, you've seen the slides.
I have.
You looked at
But
them.
everybody else here hasn't.
What I'm seeing here, though, is just an explanation of how he goes about in surveys.
Understand that, and that's where his testimony is, but we're getting this visual aid that there's no foundation for, Judge.
Well,
It just seems
I'm
highly unusual.
well, hold on. I'm viewing him as an expert.
Yes, sir.
Okay? He's explaining what he does. So I'm going to.
No problem with that. The PowerPoint's a problem. I don't have any problem with his testimony.
All right.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
frankly, I've never seen
No,
something like this occur.
That objection. I mean, this is not necessarily factual. It's just an example of how he got to where he got.
That's his testimony, but the PowerPoint is different, Judge. I don't know why we're seeing the PowerPoint when we have his testimony.
You want to respond to that?
I do, Judge. This is a courtroom demonstrative aid that helps to track the testimony of Dr. Edelman. I can hand him my computer and let him advance the screens if that makes a big difference in it. This just helps explain his testimony.
Judge, we don't have a jury here. Let's just proceed.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Dr. Edelman, we were talking about where you get your information.
We were talking about the way.
Where you get your information, what media do you look at? I think that's where.
Yes. So I take a conservative approach to how I do it. I look at newspapers in the local coverage right now. So I'm interested in papers that have primary circulation in the venue. Case like this has been reported in many other newspapers, but I wouldn't, for example, look at a newspaper published in Dallas because I don't know if somebody in Latah County would be looking at a paper in Dallas. So I look at the local coverage. I try to look at like local television coverage to see what the community is likely exposed to.
While we're here, I want to ask you some questions about the non-dissemination order. That's been a hot topic and we've heard some of it again today. Are you aware that there's a non-dissemination order in this case?
Yes.
How did you become aware of it?
Well, the first time I became aware of it was when I was reading the newspaper coverage, because that was one of the topics of media coverage, was discussing the non-dissemination order and media's efforts to have it changed. So I was able to read it and follow it in that media coverage. So that's the first time I saw it.
And in January, did you receive an email from my office with the non-dissemination order?
I believe I did.
And you looked at a hard copy again recently?
Yes.
All right. Does that non-dissemination order change how you did your work?
I'm sorry, can you even though
Does the existence of the non-dissemination order change how you did your work?
No, it did not.
Have you worked in cases where there's a non-dissemination order at other times?
many times.
Was the sole source of the information that you use contained in the media?
Was it came from the media? Sorry. Yes, everything I used was widely disseminated through the media. Widely disseminated.
Did you find out where the media got the information?
Yes.
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Bill Thompson. I'm the Latah County prosecutor. And it's sad to be here, but happy to be here at the same time.
You turn it up. I can't hear.
Kohlberger,
Well, I'm gonna do my best to turn this up.
Yeah, you get a pencil.
If I put the microphone up, is that better?
So, Christie, you don't have to type, things that are.
and let me preface, there's a pending case now in court. And I and my office and the investigators have to live with the restrictions that our Supreme Court places on pretrial publicity. That said, I promise you we will share with you through the court process or otherwise whatever we are allowed to. I just appreciate your patience on that. The factual basis for the charges are summarized in what's called a probable cause affidavit that is on file with the court. According to the rules of the Idaho Supreme Court, that is sealed until Mr. Kohlberger is physically back in Latah County and has been served with the Idaho arrest warrant. At that time, we expect that that affidavit will be available to you so you can share the true facts with all of your readers and your watchers and your listeners and all the people who are interested and really need to know what's going on. So please have patience with us on that. We hope to get that to you as soon as we can.
In that clip, you heard reference to the probable cause affidavit.
Yes.
And did you hear reference to sharing it with all your readers and watchers?
Readers, watchers, and listeners, and anyone else who's interested.
Did your research tell you that the media took Mr. Thompson up on that offer to share this far and wide?
Yes.
Good afternoon, folks.
What did you say?
Basically, the media took that document and then published the highlights and key findings in that document and added editorial commentary to that information. So let's be clear, they didn't just read the affidavit. There's editorial, there's debate, there's discussion, there's spin, all of it in news stories. And these stories, for example, this one has over 200, I'm sorry, I can't see it. Do you have a copy of the?
I do. Your Honor, I have a printed copy of his PowerPoint. If it would help him refresh his memory.
I just can't see it.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. So example, this one is on a local television station. On YouTube alone, 130,000 views and 224 comments. So people discussing it. That's just one example of how this document was disseminated through the media in this county. Just as Mr. Thompson suggested during his press conference.
And did you check another media source and see that it continued to be shared?
Yes, this is a second example. And you can see just from the heading, it says court records unsealed. And then they go through a timeline, including information from that affidavit, highlighting all the key findings about the car and other things that are widely reported and disseminated from that document. To Latah County, saturating the community with prejudicial details from that document, which was reported in the press conference to be truthful as well. 54,000 views, 176 comments on just one other video of a news clip on YouTube.
And based on your research, did the story or stories continue to be shared far and wide?
Yes,
Janelle Finch is joining.
cases received massive media coverage, saturating this county with prejudicial pretrial holds.
How about to social media?
It was also spread through social media, and people have talked about it on social media.
And do you know if misinformation and rumors ended up as a result of this information shared right from the start?
Yes, and the reason I looked at this and knew it was because in the media coverage, they discussed the spreading of rumors on social media. For example, a professor who was accused by a psychic of being responsible for this. Other references to questioning the implication of people knew about the crime before it was reported to the police and so on. So there's been quite a bit of discussion, spread of rumors, misinformation, factual information all over social media, which you'd expect in a small community such as this.
Did your review of all of this information tell you as a professional, as an expert in your field, that a survey was necessary in Brian Koberger's case?
Yes, based off of the media coverage that I reviewed, which was over 200 plus articles, and the television coverage, I thought it was appropriate to move forward to see what impact, if any, this coverage has had on the community.
What kind of survey did you think would be appropriate?
We always use random digit dial telephone surveys in these cases.
Before you tell me a little bit more about that, I want to understand the history of this kind of survey. Is this something that you just made up all on your own?
No.
Where does this come from?
So these surveys have been done for decades. The first one I recall that followed a similar design and focus on case-specific items was done in 1979. Constantini and King in 3 cases in Yolo County, California. This approach was done, Dr. Ed Bronson, who I mentioned, my mentor, had been using it for decades, 40 years or more. Other experts in the field do it. John Walker, in the American Taliban case, they used a similar approach that was published as well. Used in Skilling, Boston Marathon. I've used it in countless cases, so hundreds of times, I would say.
Is there research that supports this process?
There is. One of the things we're looking at, so when we think about the survey, is the structure and how we test validity. So there's 40 plus years of social science literature on the impact of media coverage on juror and jury decision making. And one of the things it tells us, for example, is knowledge, or let's take a step back. People who regularly watch and listen to the news are more likely to know about the case. When I say know about the case, are more likely to have case-specific information from the media. So they test similar things like we did. Have you read, seen, or heard if ... And they assess how much knowledge does this person have, and then they correlate it with media consumption habits. And what you find is people that read the news regularly know more of these details than people who do not. And they find that the more information you have, the more likely you are to hold an opinion regarding the defendant's guilt or innocence. So those are some of the findings, and we craft the survey similar to the others because we want to test the validity of the survey. So if we know we should see these relationships, we should expect to see them in our survey. So we ask the same similar types of questions, and we look at those relationships to see if we see the same thing. That's one of the ways we test the validity of the survey.
Would this be considered a methodology in your field to do surveys in this certain format?
Yes, it's standard practice. We look at APOR, which is called the American Association of Public Opinion Research, American Society of Trial Consultants. They have professional code, how to conduct surveys, venue surveys. Those are the primary ones I look at. And again, I've taken course training during my program on how to craft surveys, how to write questions, all of that type of thing. I've done it